G'day champions. Over at the other bench today. Just doing some setup work, trying to get a bunch of guitars out before the long weekend. Anyone there? Sorry, a little bit impromptu, I know. Haven't put anything out for a couple of days, so I thought I'd better give you a little live stream. There's been all sorts of life things going on. I've just been too flat out to do any video. Way behind in repairs as always. Gringo Pig, how you going, fella? Jimbo. Robbie. What's going on, legends? Kind of like the short notice streams because it's a little bit more intimate. Gary Francis. You're a new member, mate. G'day from California. Curious what your take is. Here we go. Straight in with the questions. Curious what your take is on London power scaling. My Sir Badger 18 has it, thanks. G'day Cuckoo. I'm not a fan of MOSFET power scaling at all. Partially because it throws all the bias off throughout the circuit. I think there's better ways to do it. And not only that, but the MOSFETs just seem to fail for no reason whatsoever. You cool the hell out of them. You have massive heat sinks. You know, you run them way under spec, way under voltage, and they still just one day they just go short circuit for no reason. You could probably get like military spec MOSFETs or something and they'd be better at it, but don't know. I think if I was to do the power scaling, well, first I'd just not be a pussy and turn it up. Fuck the neighbours, you know. But I'd probably just use an attenuator or a reactive load. That's the best way, I think. And just don't get an amp that's massively beyond your power requirements. Like, I've got all these blokes that are bedroom players and they've got 100 watt plexis. It's like, what are you doing? It's like buying a friggin' drag car to go to the shopping centre. No. Can't park that fucker there. Lefty Mike. How you going, legend? OH. Is that like the chemical? OH? What was that? The Governor. How you going? Named after one of the worst pedals ever. Nah, they're not bad. I'm just joking. So I shouldn't build a 2203. Well, yeah, build a 2203. That's alright because they've got a master volume. Don't build a 1959 SLP all original. Or, you know, buy one and then try and use it in your bedroom. Initials. Ah. They're doing massive construction next door. I keep hearing every now and then a massive thump. Sounds like something's about to come through the wall. Dad should be getting here soon. He's giving us a hand. We just got back from Townsville, far north Queensland. Went up there for my cousin's funeral, which wasn't fun. That's why we've been a bit quiet, because there's been some family stuff and just a lot of work, a lot of work happening. Just feel like I'm spinning my wheels this month, or last month I should say. Just flat out busy all the time, all day, every day, but just don't seem to be seeing the monetary returns for that work. But you know, you have on good months and bad months. It just feels weird to be so busy and then just not seeing the income, because everything's like needs parts on order, or needs multiple stages of work, or just stuff's just not been picked up. So yeah. But early on, being self-employed, that shit freaks you out, but you get used to it as you get older. As you be self-employed for a longer period of time, you just have a bit of a buffer there. And hydroxide, yeah, that's what I was thinking of, something hydroxide. NaOH, sodium hydroxide. That's what I was thinking of. Thanks for reading my mind. Yeah, so you learn to just ride the wave a bit when you're self-employed. You have good months and bad months. How's the weather up there? We've had a little batch of rain, which has just slowed down a bit. The weather was terrible in Sydney, and then we flew out. Excuse me, flew out of dreary, rainy, miserable Sydney. Oh, fucking hiccups! Right as I start streaming. And then flew into beautiful 32 degree, 70% humidity Townsville. That was nice. It's like a preview of summer. Martin Reed, sorry Brad, watching from Scotland. It's nearly bedtime. I'll sit for an hour enjoying a Jura. Nice, I haven't had a Jura yet. What is it? Is that Highland? Bit frosty this morning. You're out west though, aren't you, Mark? Bit of old school pink, deep purple on the radio. Kentucky woman. So I've just got this J200, SJ200. Just doing a restring and service, restring setup and service. Wasn't too bad. I looked at it a bit over a year ago. No major issues, just mainly adjustment and cleaning the frets up. What I will do though is put a Alaska. Okay, yeah, it would be frosty there all the time because it's Alaska. I'll put a little bevel on the string pegs, bridge pins I should say, just so it doesn't catch the ball end as you put them in. These are nice ebony ones with the insert on the end. The last of the Wild West, yeah. My dream guitar. Doesn't really blow my skirt up, mate. Like most Gibsons, don't know, leaves a bit to be desired. I just hate the fret nibs and the silly nuts they use. But yeah, the timber's nice. It's got a nice bottom end to it. I will admit it sounds great. I don't like the bridge design, but I understand why they do it. They do it to transfer the most amount of energy to the soundboard for maximum projection. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a Gibson fanboy. Ooh, a little splinter coming off that one. I think I can glue that back. Alex, how you going, legend? Terry, g'day, Brad. Flew past your neck of the woods a few days ago. Nice guitar on a bench, yeah. Just put a bit of glue on here, and I don't know how I'm going to hold it. I need like a peg. Need to get pegged. Oh, here we go. We've got sodium pentothal. Would have gone with. How am I going to do this? Bulldog clip. Yeah, that'll work. Sweet. Bought a Larrivee and it's amazing. Is that one of the ones with the that's Canadian, isn't it? Is that one of the ones with the silly glass reinforced plastic frame though? Suddenly a not safe for work stream. Nothing I do is safe for work. Even my work. She's got a block nozzle. Oh no. How did you learn about guitar repair? I don't know. Just sort of blacked out and woke up and it was there. Maybe it was alien intervention. Pretty much all my 20s, when I learned it, was like a bit hazy, so I just woke up after my 20s and I knew how to do it. In all serious though, working on my own stuff, buying broken things, experimenting, but the vast majority of the skills came from my background in joinery, woodworking, knowing how timber reacts when you work it, when you work your wood, knowing how your wood reacts to you working it, is half the battle. Alright, I think that's going to work. So I'm here for 2 more days after only getting back on Sunday. And then we're off on a camping trip, which I'll take some footage of. That will definitely not be safe for work, or not safe for me staying out of jail, so probably won't broadcast that. Might do an edited version for members only. We'll see how we go. Maybe I'll just release it once the, what do they call it, the statute of limitations is elapsed. Hooray for Hazel. I got it on Vintage FM, just so Dad feels at home when he gets here, the old bastard. By the way, Dad, if you're watching, another coffee wouldn't go Australia on your way. So we're watching with the Lumix G85 through the Voigtlander. Sorry, I'll take my eye out there. The Voigtlander 10.5mm. Fully manual focus because the lens itself doesn't even have an automatic focus motor. So it's manual focus only. But we all know how reliable Panny's autofocus is, so that's probably not a bad thing. What product would you put on the fingerboard? Looks good. I use Gilly Stevenson's orange oil. Australian orange oil. Sorry, that's where the autofocus would come into play. Let's fuck with it. Let's ruin it. There we go. Gilly Stevenson's Australian orange oil. You can also use it on like your chopping boards and stuff. It's non-toxic. It's got a bit of body to it, so it's not real thin. It doesn't like just spread out across the surface. It sort of stays where you put it, which is one of the reasons I like it. And just use it very sparingly. No need to soak it. You don't want it getting right down into the fret slots and stuff, so that's a nice red straight. Yeah, that's my new little parts caster. I might take that one camping. I don't know, probably get stolen. Not if I sleep with it. Not bringing a camera is key when doing crimes. Not crimes, just stupid behaviour and idiotic conversations primarily. You bastard. You're still not stuck. It's going to take ages. We're down to 55% humidity in here, so cyanoacrylate actually goes off quicker when you breathe on it, when it's got humidity. That's what triggers it. I was watching Lyle's video about making videos. It made me realise I don't think I can make better content for my channel. Yes, you can. It's exactly what his video was for. But having said that, you don't... See, Lyle keeps trying to get me to improve and everything. And I do really appreciate it, and it's great. But the thing is, I have extremely limited time. And if you put up brick walls, oh, I can't do it until I've got this process down, or I can't do it until I've got this piece of equipment, or know how to set it to this way, you just never make anything. You end up in analysis paralysis. Sometimes you just got to fucking hit the trigger and go for it, even if it's not ideal. And I call that punk rock. So that's what Six keeps saying. I'm punk rock video production. But it produces content. And it may be less than ideal, but what matters is the subject matter, which is mainly me talking shit and making you guys laugh. Thanks for that, Sean. Yeah, it was wasn't fun, but you know, it was an honour at the same time. You know the deal. So I got Dad working on a Bose. No highs, no lows. Must be Bose. Active equalizer, model 800 for a customer. I got to order a Zener. Zeners are a pain in the ass. Every time something goes wrong, you need a Zener at a voltage you don't have. So we've got two Avalon U5s, one of them functioning, one of them not. It was completely not passing signal. I got it to pass signal, but now the power supply is out of balance because the regulation's off on one rail. So that came down to a transistor Q3 being shorted, not allowing the low voltage rail to pass, and then the Zener throwing the main rails off. So it's a 6.2 volt 1 watt Zener, or half watt Zener. So I've got to order one of them. Just every job seems to have some critical small, like 1 cent part that's stopping me from finishing it. That's what I mean by spinning my wheels. It's all right, Alex. I've got some on order. I'm doing it with Wes order today, and it'll arrive while I'm away. Shell's running the shop while I'm away, so that'll be good. People will be able to continually pick up their stuff that's completed and purchase whatever they need. And I'll be away out of phone reception, drinking beer, whiskey, eating smoked meat, and smoking cigars, and pretending to fish, and basically putting shit on each other. Not literally. Well, that sounds bad, doesn't it? When you're Australian, when you're giving your mate some stick, when you're having a go at him, when you're joking around, what's the American term for it? Giving each other flack? Joking around? I don't know. Anyway, when we say putting shit on someone, we don't actually mean slathering them with feces. We mean joking around, like having a go at them. I just realised I don't even know what the American term for that is. Anyway, Avalon is an ex-Aussie, really? I don't know much about the history of it, other than they don't publish fucking schematics. What Variac would you recommend? Depends how far you're gonna go, Rusty Mohican. These red pieces of shit are pretty much ubiquitous. I don't know what the brand over there is, but it's one of those brands that someone makes, and then all the different brands print their own label, their own logo on it. They're shit, but you can find a good one. If you're going to buy one, preferably go to a retail outlet, even if it costs a bit more. Ball busting, that's it. Taking the piss, yeah. Hanging shit, yeah, you're a poo hook. Slagging someone off, yeah, that's right. Thanks, Alex. That's the other Aussie terms, but Paul Crane came in. Bob, you busted my balls. Yeah. Hey, I'm walking here. This one's a PowerTech, so that's J-Car's brand, but J-Car charge about 2 times what West Components or Wagner Electronics do, but you can actually handle the thing. So I bought one, and it had a big gap in the winding there where it would just drop out. Like there was like a 5mm gap in the fucking coil, and then the second one was about a 3mm gap, so it would arc when you clicked it over. So I waited until I got one that physically moved okay, but like Lyle mentioned in the last live stream he did, when you get them, calibrate the knob by turning it to say 100 volts and where it is 100 volts, and if the pointer's off, just loosen the set screw and move the knob until it's on 100. So at least you know roughly looking at it what voltage you're going to have. You can spend $5,000 on a Variac. There are some amazing ones out there. The second-hand ones from Warbert and Frankie are really good buys if you can get it. So if you can get a second-hand one, that's ideal, providing it hasn't been overloaded and the carbon brush is still in good nick. But yeah, you can also, if you were going to build like a full-on testing rig, you could have a current limiter, you could have voltage and current meters, you could build your own box, because you can get Variacs that don't have the metal casing, they're just the coil. So they're designed to be on control panels where everything's inaccessible, it's like locked away, but just the knobs protruding through the front panel. Oh my god, the drama. Yeah, Mark. Almost forgot about that. What's line level? Plus 4 dBu, is it? I can't remember. It's been a while since I studied audio. Depends what system you're using. Is that Dad? Has he got coffee? No, no one's here yet. I'm still closed. It's 8:23. Oh my god, the drama! G'day Eric, if you're with us. Thanks for triggering me last episode. We used them for film lighting. Ah, really? Yeah, I use them for all sorts of stuff, not just amps. Like I'll use them for controlled heating of stuff. Like my leather stamping iron. When you run it at 240 volts, it's way too hot. It burns the leather straight away. If you run it at around 90 volts, oh, is it 90? Maybe 190. 90 sounds low. It's just the sweet spot, and it just gets to the right temp with the ambient, because it's non-temperature controlled. So it just heats up until the atmosphere is the thermostat. Alright, one prepared pin. Let me just get in with the riffler and clean that flute. So I watched on the plane back, I watched Lyle's live stream. I haven't seen the video about making videos yet. I've seen 5 seconds of it, but that was about when the plane landed. I wanted to watch the live stream because I love live streams. But I might watch that tonight or something, because that's of great interest to me. Plus 4 dBu. Yeah, 1.228, that's right. Thanks, Terry. It's been a while since I've dealt with all that stuff, because I haven't done any studio gear for ages. There's that drama again, I'm out. It's just, I think I reacted because I've seen shit like that. I've seen stupid people saying, "Oh, drama, oh, I'm out, too much drama." I'm like, you gotta deal with drama every day. If you can't handle it on a little video, then, like, if it's drama baiting, that's one thing, but if there's people arguing in the comments and whatever, that's part of daily life, isn't it? Innit? Alex, do you have any part of the design of the PCBs for the other? Oh, he's got every part of it. He's got quite a lot to do with it. I don't know how much he wants to disclose there, but... Off to bed in Scotland. See you, Gringo. I know you're from Scotland. I watch your videos and watch you playing. You're a great player, and you're a great defender of my opinion of Lazy J, and I won't forget it. Thanks, Gringo Pig. Enjoy your sleep. Hopefully it's whiskey infused, because if I was in Scotland, I'd drink whiskey for breakfast. I have a red 60th anniversary made in Mexico strap with a maple neck. Okay, thanks for that. Camping in Oz, what's the wildlife like? I have an aversion to venomous critters. You see snakes and stuff, but they're scared of you, so they hear you coming and piss off. There was one time that I was in the river there at New Alpine, and there was I was going for a swim, and I just heard this water noise, and I look over and a big black snake's just rolling over one of the logs. I'm like, ooh, I might get out now. But generally, all the wildlife hears you coming from 10 kilometres away and hides from you, so you don't really see much. Down at Ben Dethry, you see there's a clearing there where there's a lot of kangaroos and wallabies, wobblies as I call them. But they don't let you get too close, they piss off if you get anywhere near them. Oh, here he is. Hang on, no, that's someone else. Oh no, yeah, he's here too. No, wait. I've confused myself because I came down in Michelle's car, which is a Subaru, because she was blocking me in. But then she's come down and then swapped with my van, a Hi-Ace. So the Hi-Ace is there even though I didn't drive it down, but it's also the chick next door has the same Subaru as Michelle in the same colour. So many times I go to leave when I've driven the Subaru and I go to get in the chick next door's car. And she's done it to ours too. You see her stand by and then realise the key's not working. She's like, what the fuck? And oh, it's the wrong car. The only difference is ours has got a mountain bike rack on the roof. But you don't look at that when you're looking down at your phone or whatever. That's all my design, just the logos added for customer familiarity. Yeah, you had those Origin retrofits go. Alex, I saw you, the 50 and the 20, was it? You put up a post the other day showing them the finished product. There's a few modifications you did to them, I believe. Anyone else see Elam's latest vid? I don't know who that is. Should I? Should I know who that is? Oh god, I just realised I've got tennis elbow. I can't straighten my arm without... particularly can't hold any weight when it's extended. And I can't really grip anything when it's extended. So I've done some serious damage to my arm there. So I'm going to have to get treatment for that. Figure out if I've got to immobilise it or what. So that's another annoying thing. I probably should have some kind of support bandage on it. At least to remind me that it's there, because I keep forgetting and going to pick something. The worst is when you reach over the bench to pick up a screwdriver, just a screwdriver, and you just go through the roof. Throwing darts at the pub. I could probably throw darts, actually. That action's fine. It's when it's fully straight, and I try to... Even the weight of the own arm, just the weight of the arm is enough to be really bad. They work just fine. I just need to sell them so I have space to buy more stuff. Oh, he's an Aussie amp builder. Okay, I think I have seen the name, but I haven't watched any videos. I'll have to check that out. Who's an admin? Anyone? Alex, can you look up his channel and put up a link for me to check out later? Anyone who's an admin can post a internet link, but other people cannot for obvious reasons. Your apprentice is making you a coffee. Thanks, Mum. Yeah, I just thought I'd do a live stream for a bit of a consolation prize that I haven't released any content for, what, 2 weeks? Yeah, I get that and I don't even play tennis. Yeah, I don't play tennis either. What brand strings? These are Elixir Phosphor Bronze Nanowebs in the light gauge, 12 to 53. Kiwi guy. We're okay with Kiwi guys, aren't we? Old Jace from Head First is from across the Dutch. His FX loop he's selling is good for $100. Is that? Oh, that's fully assembled though, isn't it? Can you hold a full Stein? Yeah, I can hold stuff like that. I can hold stuff like that. I can hold a Stein, no problems. Thanks for that, Alex. I'll check his channel out after hours. $18.94. Man, he must be old. Either that or he's dyslexic and is the same age as me. Santa Ana. California. It's starting to cool down over there yet in the States. Hope everyone around the hurricane's alright. It's a pretty hectic one. Storm surge being the big issue. Looks like some lack of repairs occurred to this in the past. There's some bubbling. I don't think that would be from the factory. Maybe it's had a head stock repair. Can't see any evidence of it. Could just be Gibson being Gibson. Louisiana. Every morning I'm waking up to like 5 or 6 emails of people wanting those bloody JCM 2000 boards. I'm a bit worried about that actually. I'm going to have to like stop repairs just to get production up and running. I may even have to employ someone to manufacture them. Because there's a massive demand for them already. And they're not even through the development process yet. Here's one populated, but waiting for a few parts off it. The big resistor there, that's the wannabe choke, a couple of capacitors, a few transistors, and I already know some modifications I want to do to it, primarily to do with availability of the transistors, the JFETs. So I'm going to change it. It looks really blue there. It's just showing how bad my color science is on this channel. So what was I saying? The FETs, the JFETs, you can't get in the TO92 package anymore. You have to get them surface mount. So I'm going to change their footprints to be surface mounts. And then the other transistors can remain TO92. But what I'll have to do is, even if you're buying a bare board, I will populate those SMD components. So they're going to have to be packed individually with foam between them to allow for the like 1/2 mil, whatever it is, height of the... am I out of focus? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Dude's been on YouTube for years, hardly uploads, but when he does, it's worth a watch. Okay, cool. So he's like a H-bomber. How's my focus? That's alright. Hey, Peter Webb is able to manufacture the boards. Yes, but he won't take money, so no, he's not. Trying to pay you guys is too difficult. I'll just scroll up for a sec. How many boards did you do on your first run? I haven't done the first run yet, RJ. That's part of the problem. I've done 5 proto boards. So because there's compromises on them that, obviously I've realised better ways of doing stuff. So the first revision, I guess, it'll still be Rev A because those ones will never get released. But Rev A will be all that stuff resolved. There might be future improvements. I'll see how it performs. Selling boards over YouTube. I'm not selling boards over YouTube, Riley. Yeah, fuck that. I'm selling them on my website. So I'm going to have to set up international shipping for that product because otherwise I have it disabled. Because the shipping calculator is just too unreliable. Too much liability there. But for a single product, especially something as compact and predictable as a PCB, I think we can do international shipping without too much problems. Yeah, SJ200, that's right, Joe. How you going, by the way? Dad have laser? What, like laser eye treatment? Or a laser cutter? You'll need a secretary to deal with the emails. You know what people are like. No, I just won't respond to requests for help. Sorry, but if you can't figure it out, it's on you. Either that or I could tack onto the Modern Amp Designer Facebook group, but some of the oldies don't know how Facebook works even, so there's no helping some people. Cutter for making PCB? No, it's all manufactured overseas. The circuit boards come from an overseas manufacturer and they just come as bare boards. Actually, you know what I could probably do? Get them to pick and place just the SMD parts. Oh, there's only like 3 transistors, 4 transistors though. So yeah, there's a bit of modification to the board that's got to take place. It's just some spacing of components is a little bit off. Got to change one of the footprints. Oh, the EL34 footprints, the octal valve footprints, need to be modified to move the pins closer together. At the moment, I've had to bend the pins out a little bit, like a millimeter or so, to accommodate. But I want them to not have any bending. I'd love to grab one of those boards, put it in an old Gorilla amp cabinet, make it a Marshall sleeper amp. The problem is that any major dude, that's not a self-contained amp. That's just the output stage and some of the preamp circuitry around the valves. There's all the tone stack and all the channel switching and stuff, or some of the channel switching and stuff's on the other boards, the output speaker outputs and everything, the output jacks, the effects loop. There's a lot of stuff on the daughter boards, so you can't use the board standalone. The 60 watt version and the 40 watt version, the DSL 401 and the TSL 602 or whatever it is self-contained on one board. I've stolen some of the parts off this, but that's the size of the board for the TSL 60. So the entire system is on the one board for them. I'm not going to make them because there's too many parts that need to align, too much obsolete hardware. Basically, if you've got one of them, it fucks up. The whole amp goes in the bin, unfortunately, because Marshall doesn't make them anymore either. But there's way less of them on the market than there is the 100 watt and 100 watt ones, so it made sense to just make the 100 watt universal one, because it can suit the 100 watt DSL, 100 watt TSL, and I believe the 50 watt DSL as well. But yeah, not the 60 watt. I get emails all the time that usually ask me if I sell the components with the boards. Then they ask me stuff like, will my Origin sound like a Messer with an FR set up? My eyes usually glaze over. Yeah, I just ignore that shit. Just put it straight in the trash bin, because they're just time wasting weirdos that just want to make conversation, which is fine, but they don't realise we've got a job to do and we're busy. Head First makes a Marshall style single PCB, amazing quality part. Yeah, they make several. They make a whole bunch of stuff that's really cool. I don't know that they make like just a straight up ST1 board, like in case someone's destroyed your PCB, like happened to Lyle a couple of years ago. But yeah, that'd be okay. I guess it's pretty sort of rare case that you need one of them, just straight up need one of them though, eh? I just had to cut the fingernails because I cracked them. Polish compound squeaking on the mat. Head First isn't now Evolve DIY. They're actually two entities still. Yeah, they're beautiful sounding things. Pity about the price. Yeah, they are. As grudgingly as I say it, they are beautiful sounding things. Just like Martins. I don't like the hype, I don't like the pricing, I don't like the shortcuts they take, and particularly at the price point. And just the stubbornness, I think, is my biggest problem with the expensive brands. They just refuse to change anything, even if it's a massive issue and ends up hurting the customer. Oh, we've got a rattling cable in there, I might have to check that out later. But yeah, they are. There's certainly a X factor involved with them that is worthy of note. But these Faith things too, they're pretty cool. This is a brand I sell that I took a bit of a punt on, but I mean, this is a $1,700 guitar. Well, you know, retails for $2,400 or something, but I got it for $1,700. But you just don't have that bottom end, eh? Mind you, that action's quite low. I might lift that up a little bit. Probably just needs a truss rod adjustment. But yeah, that bottom end is that's the J200 sound, isn't it? SJ200 sound. And then you got the little parlor. These are cute little things. This is like I've got this for like 800 or something, all solid. But that's part of the sound, the restricted tone. But yeah, I had some Furch guitars recently, a yellow and a green, and I'd never seen them before, and I was blown away by the quality. They are amazingly built guitars. I would love to stock them. They're really nice. I couldn't fault them. I should have done a video, because I often only do videos when I find problems, because that's what I'm here for. But I should probably do videos when things are just faultless too, eh? But then it sounds like I'm fawning over them or got some kind of ulterior motive, so that can be a bit cringe. What else is I going to do? So, now that bloke has two other guitars with me. One needed just a tiny lacquer touch-up. So I brought my lacquer down. I bet I've got the wrong one. Of course I do. But here's another one he's got. Beautiful 335. And oh no, that is the one with the lacquer touch-up. Okay, sweet. I'll just grab a bit of lacquer, a little bit of nitro. A little touch-up lacquer kit here. All the different reds and yellows I've made up over the years to suit different finishes. Off-whites, and I hate doing finish touch-up, man. This sucks so bad. People just, oh, just give us a bit of a touch-up on that. Oh, you can see it. It's like, yeah, yes you can. At one point, to get the proper nitro fade, well, deepening, I guess, I actually put some nitro in these things and then put them on the roof of my house at varying stages. So like I'd put one out and then I'll wait 6 months, put another one out, and it gives you the authentic faded lacquer look. But if you add stain, it never looks quite right, and what happens is as the lacquer continues to age, that bit actually sort of gets worse looking over time. So get all the different colours, then all the different matte levels, and you end up with a massive collection of these little nail droppers. I just get these off like eBay as packs of like 50 or something, and just leave them empty. And every time I make one, I might put the job number on the side of the jar just to remember what job it was. And you end up with all these different hues and matte levels and opacities and stuff. Now, where's my touch up? Just need my tiny little brush. That's the one. There's a nice art shop. Oh, I've left myself an empty bottle. There's a nice little art shop in Penrith Westfield, up the restaurant end. Yeah, sorry, I meant to say g'day, Frank. Just a bit distracted the last few weeks. Very distracted because Cliff Richards is on the radio. That's a bit of a... that's a paddling. Don't like Cliff Richards. Is he still a virgin? She just copped a bit of a whack on the headstock at some point. That's alright, she'll live. I've got to pick up the monsters. Have a good one, Frank. Catch you around, buddy. Might see you after the camping trip, I think. I don't have any lacquer here, so I'm going to have to let that brush just fucking fester. Uncle Fester. And soak it in thinners later, which is the beauty of nitro. Can't do that with poly. If that happens to your brush, you've got to throw the brush in the bin. Alright, I'll leave that one out while it sets. Just till it's touch dry. We've already done a restring setup and service to that one. And that was about it on that one, I believe. Squeaky. Alright, that was another one. Let's pull classic with a bone nut, but there's a little bit of lack of damage there from the previous person's nut installation attempt, which was far from ideal, so I might touch the lacquer up on that one as well. Well, we got the brushes out and angry. Oh, I believe that's a Peter Webb has just arrived. If by virgin you mean gay. Oh, I see, gay. I didn't know that. I've got a concrete saw going next door. One of the most horrible sounds known to man. Anyone think it's worth re-tolexing or re-grilling a 6070 Marshall Canvas road worn? No, I'd leave it as is. It's not too bad. Afternoon shift here. Do you want to flick the sign over? While you're there? It's 7-2. I think today's going to be very busy because it's the first day I've been back since, Thursday. I'd love a cup of coffee, thank you. I was going to message you. Everyone say hi to Peter.
Hi everybody.
Peter. Caffeine eater.
There you go, in the girly cup.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got two of them here. That's the only one left. Did Shell have one?
No, she didn't want one. She said, no, she didn't want one.
She'll get one in the city.
She'd probably go to Macca's.
I don't think so. She hates Macca's coffee.
Does she?
Yeah. I hate Macca's everything.
Yeah. Got lunch.
Mickey D's. Oh yeah. What have we got?
Buns.
Rolls,
Ham.
ham and tomato. Nice. They're getting stuck in next door, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm hearing the PAS load going off. All sorts of chaos.
Looks like they're probably allowed to expand on it. Or something.
Yeah, well, you know they've got that U shape to it. They're closing that in, going straight across, which makes sense because now it's all one big tendency. They knocked the walls out too, I think.
Pretty amazing, the old concrete structures.
Yeah.
They're okay when they're stable, but when you get a fire in them, they'll just go.
Well, it's amazing how little holds them up, eh? Like they just sort of each wall sort of holds the next one up.
In the corners and,
Yeah.
and you've got the beams which hold the walls together.
Well, the one over the back, the brick one, when we had all that wind about a year ago, sort of last August, they had the roller door open and the whole thing was just like a balloon and it just fucking blew the wall out because it was facing west where all the wind comes from.
I also got
Some
some dessert.
dessert. The apple slice.
Yeah.
Nice. I might give that another coat because that's sunk right in. I'll set that aside for now. So remember that stomp box you made?
Yeah.
Well, this shows the principal sound because this is the same thing in an actual finished product.
Yeah.
So this is called a Wazinator, a stomp box.
Uncle Mark's still using it.
Yeah, well the
very actively.
people play this like with their hands as well as with their foot.
Yeah, he does too.
But basically it's like a pneumatic pump. So this is a hollow box. And that's a speaker attached to it. Problem is someone's trodden on the speaker and bent it, so now it sounds like clunk 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 instead of a nice deep thud because it's rubbing against the pole piece, which is a bit shit. They should have made this thing taller and covered the speaker, but you can easily tread on the speaker, and that's just a speaker frame. So that's just a shitty disposable speaker available from, it's actually a Wes product. I looked up the code, so I've got one in the shopping cart ready to go. And it's just a tiny little 4.5 inch speaker in there, just bolted to a hole. And then when you tread on that or thump on it, it gives you a lot of low frequency content. So a nice big deep thump like a kick drum that's been mic'd up, rather than just a click that you get from some of the smaller stomp boxes that are piezo. Martin is doing a carbon fibre wood sandwiches on some new bridge plates. Really? Would you, any interest in making some bridge plate protectors out of carbon fibre? Well, that's kind of cool actually. So good on Martin for innovating there. I think just an adequate thickness maple one would be fine though. Brad, you should post on Modern DIY too, don't be shy. I haven't been posting anywhere recently, Alex. I've just been too busy running around. If I've been posting anything, it's been family stuff, so. So yeah, I've got to get a new driver for that. That's pretty much all that's wrong with that, though. Ah, you fucker. Hit my elbow. Alright, what's next? Let's go, since we're on a Gibson run, let's go a 50s tribute. Just try not to dox the owner. Oh god, when you're favouring your arm, you end up fucking up other muscles in the process too. Hope we don't get into like a boxing match on this camping trip. I might be disadvantaged there.
Picture of sections they're cutting out. They've got two core holes through it.
Yeah.
The forklift in the core
Oh,
hole.
yeah?
They're cutting the saw.
That sounds a bit sketchy. Jesus, that's a dry fretboard. Have a go at it. Rusty strings. That's drier than a nun's, yeah.
Yep.
Well, Well, we're not saving those strings. They are rusty as, but the hardware is dusty, but not bad. Yeah, I'll post on Modern DIY maybe when I start doing those PCBs, Alex, but I'm a bit worried about people wanting support from me, because I can't. I literally cannot do it. I've got no time. So yeah, I wanted to ask you if maybe with you and Jason's permission, if I could sort of lean on that group a little bit as a support group for my JCM 2000 boards. Because that would be very handy, and I'll flick you some freebies just so you know what you're dealing with. I'm going to go above and beyond with the documentation. Now I'm going to do a video series. I'm also going to do a PDF of step-by-step instruction on how to plug a new one in and set it up. Maybe even get into the biasing. But it doesn't matter how good you make the instructions. There's always some fucking dumbass that doesn't know how to do it. I almost used the R slur there. I love the R slur, unfortunately. Don't even have to ask, mate. Oh, thanks, Alex. Just wondering if that hurts the value of keeping them anyway. I was just thinking about, well, if you're keeping them anyway, James, do whatever you want, because the only reason you've got to worry about resale value is if you're going to sell it. Otherwise, do whatever makes you happy. Personally, I like a ratty looking cabinet. A little bit ratty, but yeah, if it's hanging off in big strips and shit and the raw timber showing everywhere, maybe it's time to do it. Maybe re-relic it a little bit once it is done. But yeah, Tolexing's not for the light-hearted. Particularly a large cabinet, you kind of want to have the process down before you start doing it on vintage gear. It's harder than it looks. G'day, Victor. It's been a while, mate. How you going? Aloha. Any volcanic activity happening there at the moment, Victor? I think it's pretty quiet over there at the moment, isn't it? He's from Hawaii. That's why he said aloha. Alright, those frets are heavily corroded. The fretboard looks like it's never had treatment from the factory, because I can feel the raised grain in it. There's actually a bit of torn grain there as well, which isn't great. What I might do is just give it a light scrape, just to get the raised grain off. I mean, you know, Gibson's come from the factory with worn ass razor blade marks all over the fretboard, so with a new razor blade, they won't know themselves. How's that, some ASMR? Sorry, a bit late. That's alright, mate. You're never late. You're always on time. Whenever you get here is the right time.
Yes.
Isn't that right, lads?
Thank you, sir.
Retolling, much worse. Retolexing, sorry, I'm not speaking properly. Yeah, that timber's really gross. Almost like it needs a sand. This is probably during Gibson's dark era, where they couldn't make a guitar to save their lives. Yeah. Build quality on this one certainly leaves a lot to be desired. You almost got to do a double take on the headstock. See, it's not an Epiphone. Just things like the binding's not scraped nicely. Everything's just really rough. It's like a made on a Friday Arvo guitar. Made on the last Friday of the year. Excuse me. So what do? I don't like sanding cross grain, despite what all the Instagram guitar people do. There's a bit of glue there on the bridge too, and that is the stock bridge. Sanding marks on the bridge. It's really a Chibson. No, it's not a Chibson. That's everyone comes to their defense, but it's all these manufacturing issues with Gibson are well known. You can see there it's not a Chibson. It's got the actual Gibson truss rod. Scratching the blade with a razor blade doesn't damage the wood. No, it's just like a scraper. It's fresh. It's a sharp blade. It's not a. Oh God. Ugh. Done the lid up hard enough. You know I got a dicky arm, right? So you done the lid up hard enough?
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. It goes tighter as it cools.
That's exactly. Let me then. I'll get it.
No, I got the multi-grips, mate.
You bloody wimp.
My arm's fucked.
Well,
Oh,
you know what you gotta stop doing to do that?
don't come here for fucking sympathy, eh?
There's one solution for that, mate.
Yeah, what's that? Stop punching you.
Stop doing things with your right arm.
Oh, fuck, someone's got to do it. It's dirty work, but... Alright, let's polish the frets first. Then we'll look at the fretboard. Might have to sand cross grain as much as I hate doing that. Yeah, the cover screw isn't halfway into the truss rod opening. It's a genuine Gibson, guys. Get that out of your brain straight away. Gibson had a period where the quality went really downhill. It's a bit better now. But those issues are well documented and well known. Oh, I meant to get polished compound. Fuck. Dad needs a bike. We can barely hear him belittling you. Well, that's the point, Jim. Last time I gave him a mic, he went and took a piss with it still on. So he doesn't want a mic anymore. He doesn't like them, despite being an audio guy. That reminds me, I've got to order more microphones. Sold a couple of Audio Technicas the other week. Need to restock. I think they're the ATM 610s. Pretty nice little vocal mics. Is that nut sauce? No, it's just polished compound. The headstock had a lot of haze on it from several years of collecting dust by the looks of it. Yeah, their QC was terrible. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Joe. I think they got sick of returns, so they've upped their game since. But they're one of those brands that people just apologise for them. Like a lot of the upper end brands, like they can treat their customers with utter contempt because they know their customers are like a cult, and they'll defend all their actions regardless of how cynical or disrespectful towards their customer base it is. And you see this with all the boutique brands of amps as well, and you see it in the comments every time I review one of these things. They think I've faked it, or I've built an amp that is a fake. That, you know, it's just mental illness. They've got to get out of their thing and realise that these brands' primary objective is to make your money theirs. And if you think there's actually like any sort of customer loyalty there with them, you're kidding yourself. Microcontroller program is going good. I have no idea what I'm doing. What are you programming there, son? Using CNC now. Really? Your own or for work? I'm a BSE and Masterwood CNC programmer from back in the day. I remember my G codes, my G42, G40, G41. There's your cutter compensation, all that stuff. Probably come back to me if you put me in front of a machine, but I'll probably cut through a few G clamps first though. I'm building out a Fender Deluxe Reverb. Pacific is calling the PT Blackface Deluxe Reverb Power Transformer. That's alright, what's wrong with that? That sounds right to me, but who's Pacific? Is that some transformer manufacturer I'm unaware of? What microcontroller are you using there, son? I'm smoking ribs and they're almost done. Who's hungry? Well, considering you're in Alaska, Mark, you might have to make me some jerky or something before you send it. I don't think ribs would post very well. A little bit of pitting on the nickel covers from sitting for so long without cleaning. It's part of the reason you should just give your guitar a wipe over with every new set of strings, is just to avoid any surface corrosion on the plated parts, because that'll break through eventually. Pacific manufactured train wreck. Ah. 138 milliamps. Sorry, I missed your question about... What are we talking about with the current measurements there, boys? Can you fill me in? I missed that whole conversation. Too busy listening to... what's her name? Olivia Neutron Bomb. Is it? I don't know. Sounds generic, breathy female vocaling. Close enough. Using an AVR. Right, so not like an Arduino or anything. Son, you're actually making your own circuit. How have I never heard of Pacific Transformer? Maybe we just don't get them over here. Talking about CNC, what kind of decrease has it made to production cost per guitar? I don't fucking know. You give me a lot of homework there. Some companies still don't even use them. They still use the overhead routers. Overhead routers are scary. Yeah, I've never heard of them either. Might not be in the Australian market. I've heard of like Triad and get polish on myself. Ken Fisher used Pacifics in his rocket. Hey Brad, how often do you reckon that EL84 power tubes should be replaced? When they blow up? That's a loaded question because some amps, very, very few amps treat EL84s with respect. So like, you'll get a Vox, use it for like say an AC30C2 or something. They might last a while because they've got 470 ohm screen grid resistors. But some of them, like Mesa Boogies and that, like they'll run them at like 420 volts on the plates, like ridiculous, with 100 ohm screen grid resistors or 470s or something. So some amps just flog them like rented mills, flog them like red-headed stepchild, and others, like the ones I make, don't. You get some where they run them at like 280 volts on the plates, and the ironic part is a lot of the practice amps that use EL84s tend to treat them with more respect than the boutique amps, and they last for ages. But yeah, if you start getting microphonics is a big one, or they just start oscillating, whistling and stuff, because their internal elements become loose from being in combos. But more often than not, they just go short circuit, and they'll take out a HT fuse, or your amp will hum like crazy, and you'll switch it off out of fear of catching fire. Or they'll go a shorted screen, and shorted screen usually to suppress a grid short, and blow a screen grid resistor, and you'll end up with half a waveform and a burning smell. So yeah, probably best to preemptively get your amp looked at and just checked over, serviced by a tech that knows what they're doing, and they can make them live longer. It's a bit difficult with stuff like messes where they run them way over plate voltage, and then way over, like they'll run them at like 160% dissipation and like 120 volts over their maximum voltage rating. So sort of all bets are off there. You kind of need to go up to a, oh god, I can't remember the valve name. Went to say 7027, that's a preamp valve. 7189A. You kind of need to go to a 7189A, but they're new old stock and very expensive for that reason. I think there is another valve type which can handle 400 volts on the plates, but I'm not sure if the pinout is the same. It might require modification. One of them had an internal suppressor grid connection and one didn't. But that's a pretty easy mod to make if required. You just got to put a note somewhere on the amp that you can't just go using one or the other. Yeah, see, how you going, brother? I'm going to build a Mesa-esque. It's not how you spell esque, but okay. Mesa-esque build with vibro champ sized chassis and 300 volt switch mode power supply. Well, that's interesting, but I can't see the power supply not giving you noise issues. I think there's a big reason why a lot of people steer away from them, but hey, if you can crack the code, man, I'm cheer you on from the sides, that's for sure. Hey Brad, what are you doing for Princeton Reverb cap cans? Are you wiring discrete caps or just using the CE cans? Not much room in there. I never use the CE cans because they're dog shit. The temp rating on some of them was like 65 degrees, which is ridiculous. And there's like 1,000 hours at 65C. Like, it'll last like a couple of days. I've had ones that are open circuit on some of the nodes straight from the factory. I've had ones with an open ground, so none of the nodes work. I've had ones that lasted a year or 2 or 3 and then failed, so I don't use them at all. Discrete caps, I'm about to do a video on one, so sit tight on that one, but I'd mount a tag strip inside the chassis and run individual axials to that. However, I'm thinking on this one I might make a replacement board to put radials on it. Maybe that's in my stars. Yeah, the CE can caps are just not even worth looking at, to be honest. And there'll be one person that said, I've used them, and then I've used one and it's perfect and it's been good for 10 years and it's fine. I'm like, yeah, well that's 10 years ago manufacturing, and it's also a sample size of 1. So not to be taken internally. It's got a little bit of cardboard around the masking around the bridge post, which I hate the look of. So I like to remove that. Who leaves their bloody masking tape on from a spray job and a multi-$1,000 guitar? Gibson do, that's who. Whoa, 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 listen to the music. I've done a couple of hayseed caps, they're just Nichicons inside, but look fine, obviously, easy to install. Yeah, I haven't used them, I think the shipping was ridiculous, but if they're Nichicons in there, that's probably your best bet if you need the original look. I mean, I leave the can cap on, so it looks original from the outside, and no one's sitting there jerking off to the inside of their amp. Most users are scared to open their amp. Brad, any updates on the Marshall DSL TSL board? Did you cover that already? Yeah, just go back to the start. Scream engine. It's about 20 minutes in, I think. You'll see me holding it if you wind back and then come back to now. Only one issue with radials in the height of a fender chassis is the height of the... Only one issue with radials is the height of the fender chassis. Yeah, but they're only 20 microfarad, man. We'll fit them piece of piss. 20 and 47s. You can get little stout ones, they'll be fine. They do just stuff them. Speak for yourself, sir. Yeah, but you're making a go of showing the guts. Like, the average job that comes through, no one gives a fuck. They just want it to be reliable. If it's a museum piece, they don't want to change them anyway. What pisses me off is when you get the blokes who don't want to replace anything. They bring their amp in. Oh, my amp's failed. I need it fixed, but don't change anything. It's like, no, fuck off. Bye. There's the door. See ya. I don't want to change it. I want it all original, but I want it to work. Well, fucking drive around your car with the original tyres for 20, 30, 50, 60, 70 years and see how you go. That's just like complete misunderstanding of the concepts involved, to be honest. Whoa, 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 listen to the music. What's the consensus on Mercury magnetics? Are they really that good? Yeah, they're really good, James. Problem is they're really expensive and shipping here is a bitch. So I don't use them unless I have to. They were really good to deal with when Patrick was alive too, but when he passed, the people who took over, it may have changed since, but the people who took over just didn't respond to any emails. If you ordered something, you got no order confirmation, you got no tracking or shipping information. They would not answer emails as to ETAs. You'd have to wait 3 months, literally 3 months, and eventually a transformer would just turn up. So I told the customers, look, we can go down this route, but don't ring asking for status updates because I can't give you any information until a transformer arrives, and they will not respond to any correspondence asking for an ETA or tracking or anything. They just will ignore every email I send them until I send them another order, in which case you send an order, they send an invoice, you pay the invoice, you get no answers to any emails after that until you put another order through. The only email you'll ever get from them, unless something's changed, is an invoice, and that's it. So not great customer service at all. But that might be different in the States, I'm not sure. Maybe they've got reps assigned. I know Lyle actually has a trade account with them, so maybe he gets treated a bit differently, but over here I don't get great rates, and then any discounts you get are wiped out by massive shipping costs. So it's more, makes more sense for me to get Hammonds, because as soon as I order any Hammond, I'm over the margin for free shipping from Mouser or DigiKey. So buying Hammonds from Mouser or DigiKey free shipping, and usually about 20% less than the local distributor here, the local retailer here who deals Hammond stuff. If I need something in a pinch real quick, I'll get it from Ivatco, but they usually, sometimes not, but usually about 20% more expensive than mouse or a DigiKey. So your Hammond is basically the only option in Australia if you want quality, and sometimes you've got to make compromises to make stuff fit. Otherwise you're getting bent over on shipping. I haven't dealt with Mojo Tone yet. I should look again at that. Maybe the shipping's improved, because last time I attempted was not long after the COVID thing, so maybe stuff's improved since then. Mercury or Ecuador, I think you mean Edcore. Does Drake not make Transformers still? I don't think they do, no. Because everything went to Dagnall. If you're in the UK, why not Modulus? Thanks, Brad. Can't go wrong with Hammonds for sure. Look, I think Lyle had some issues with their reverb driver transformers, because they started making some in China, but I've never seen a Chinese-made Hammond. Everything's made in Canada. And I like Canadians. It smells like maple syrup. I checked out Edcore when they first opened. The quantity breaks were fucking amazing. Like, if I was going to manufacture amps, I would get them for sure. But then their shipping just... A lot of these companies, the shipping just... Like, they'll have a shipping price for an item. And then if you get two of them, it just doubles the shipping cost. It's like, it's not how it works in the real world, but you know they just don't care, because they make more money doing that. So they don't bother changing. Modulus and primary windings are best we got here. What about secondary windings? It's a company name, I know. I'm on the lookout for another soldering station. Hopefully if I can find a second hand pace in IntelliHeat station. Because I want to set up a manufacturing station at home so I can manufacture these JCM 2000 boards.
I'm out of a job.
Well, I can get you to do them, but you're going to fucking hate them after the first 5.
No.
You realise that
74 repetitions is part of my life.
If I counted up all the inquiries I've had, we're going to have to manufacture like 200 or 300 in the first run. But a lot of people don't put their money where their mouth is. They all want one until you give them the price, and then they don't want one. But yeah, I'm probably going to have to do an initial production run of like 50 at least. And that's once I've confirmed everything works and everything's happy and stable. No oscillation and all the layout's good. Next time I visit USA, I'm filling extra suitcase full of Mercuries. Well, that's the other thing. Shipping iron is like one of the shittest things to do. You put one transformer in your suitcase and you're over the weight limit. Yeah, I mean, we manufacture so much iron here in Australia. A lot of the world's iron comes from here. And then we ship it overseas and manufacture stuff and ship it back. It'd be good if we just manufactured shit here, eh? But that's not the way it works. Oh, we're going to bring back car manufacturing. There's a reason it's gone overseas. Like tube manufacturing, valve manufacturing. There's a reason they get made in third world countries. Or second world countries. Let's leave it at that. It's not very kind to the employees or the local environment's health. I want one of those Psionic Excalibur 15s. Yep. Well, I'm a little bit more privy on that than most of you. I think one day you'll be pleased. That's all I'm going to say. Whoop. Except for burp. Smuggling drugs would be easier than smuggling transformers. They're a lot lighter. just mask that up, avoid scratching fretboard, the fretboard or the headstock. I just want to get rid of all those filing, sanding marks on the nut. They look terrible. Would you smuggle a transformer in one of your cavities?
Yeah, what cavities?
They're talking about smuggling transformers internationally.
No teeth.
You got no teeth. He's got no cavities. Yes, you do.
No.
Just ask the customs agent whether you have a cavity or not. They'll tell you.
I say the answer is no.
Yeah, they'd be a bit pointy. Have that heavy feeling like you got to take the world's biggest shit. I've often wondered about JJ's made in Slovakia and how they manage EU regulations around toxicity and waste management. Maybe it's just like a don't ask, don't tell deal. And JJ's have dropped in price recently, quite a bit. Well, they've sort of just gone back to what they were pre-COVID, which is nice. Because at the moment, they're kind of the preferred option in terms of reliability after getting a bit of a stuff around from Tube Amp Doctor and customers getting upset because their amp shits itself on a gig. Yeah, they fix you up and give you valves and compensate you and all that, but it doesn't change the bad taste in the customer's mouth from it blowing up mid set, because I am the source of the problem in that case. Unfortunately, that's how people think. Now I wonder what magnets would do to a X-ray printout, because the X-rays would bend around the magnet. It's funny when customers come in to the shop or contact me in Australia, they go, "Oh, do you work on amps too?" I'm like, "Yeah." But then on YouTube, people are like, "Oh, do you work on guitars too?" Yep. It's worth buying a couple of sets of tubes, squirreling them away for the future. Sure. It's probably worth getting an amp that doesn't run on like 8 6550s for starters. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get in. No, it'll just be the wind. Whew. Oh, better turn the lights to the shop, eh? We're sitting here in darkness. We just got a copyright strike from that. Hey Emilio, just curious, you sell tools for guitar setup at the store? Yeah, I bought Music Nomad tools, still deciding if they're good. Oh, customer time. Yeah, I sell some things like the string action gauge, hardened string cutters, fret rocker, under string radius gauge. Copyright strike from Leaf Blower. No, because I walked past the radio. I'd take a little more off the height of that nut. 12-inch. Just not quite shaped to the shape of the fretboard. Oh, it's just next door. Fair enough. Don't want to go too far or the strings won't stay in. It's past midnight. Jesus, really? Where are you, Paul? UK. That's right, you are from the UK, aren't you, Paul? Because you brought me some Harrods tea, didn't you? In person. Hope your rest of your trip went well. I meant to drop you a line and see how you went. He's in London, isn't it? So you got back home safely then? I thought I had London time saved to my watch, but I don't. I'm going to have to put another time zone in there. I wanted to start doing some more London or more UK oriented streams in terms of timing. Oh, hiccups, man, every time we go to talk. Yeah, so I want to do some streams more in London time. So later in the afternoon here to hit the morning over there, I guess, on a Saturday, Sunday maybe. Probably just do the PCB design streams, or maybe a walking stream. Go for a walk down the river or something again. A bit warm in here. No, it's not. You're just a contrarian. No, you're supposed to say, no, I'm not. Oh, it's school holidays, isn't it? Wonder why that's next door's kids out there, I think. I was thinking of buying a quad set of 6v6s and some 12AX7s and putting them away until needed, as they'll get more expensive. Yeah, just test them before you do though. Look, I think they're going to be around for a long time. I wouldn't worry about it immediately, but one day, yeah, it'll probably still have some like boutique manufacturers making them, sort of like what the hi-fi guys have now for their 300Bs and shit. What is the market like for a 6v6? Still reliability issues. Yeah, so I was previously using the tube amp Dr. ones, but they've screwed the pooch on a few batches now, so I've moved away from them. Sure, they're going to fix me up for them, and they swear black and blue there's no problems with them, but they still sold those other ones like well after they knew there was an issue. So I'm going back to JJ's, and I'm going to get a batch of the double mica washer ones, because the original, the 6v6S's, they sound more like a 6L6, and they've got a 500 volt plate rating, so they're hardy, but maybe they don't sound like an original 6v6 so much, but they don't blow up, which is the name of the game. And the double mica is to avoid microphonics in combo cabinets. So I think my next batch will be a good healthy couple of dozen sets of 6v6S double micas from JJ's. Is that blocked again? Yeah, the whole reason Lyle doesn't have a desolder gun is because he saw me whinging that it was getting blocked all the time, but that was probably just me being stupid.
Well, the amount of solder you suck off shit fenders and
Yeah.
muscles and whatever.
Well, it's the flux.
It's just full of it.
Well, what I've started doing is when I'm over the weekends, I put all the tips in isopropyl, because the flux hardens inside the things into this fucking crust, and you just can't get it out. But if you soak it in isopropyl, it softens it and you can get it out easier.
They are plated, and once you wear this,
Yeah, I
plating
know.
off,
Yeah,
there's
it gets
nothing you do about it.
cavitated. I got to order some more tips.
They're not cheap these days.
Nothing's fucking cheap these days. Even the bags of the filter elements has gone up to $400.
Yeah.
They're about $4 each.
Still staying with glass tube online.
Yeah, I just don't have time to clean the fucker out. Yeah.
But these are too. This one's chocolate now. And what's happening is the solder's falling down on the back of the outlet of the chip, and it just melts on there and blocks up.
Yeah.
So something tips full. Some shit inside it. So we clean it more often, mate. We use more filters. But me being a tight ass, I pull them apart and clean them.
Yeah.
Take long.
Hey Brad, can you think of an amp that doesn't mess with sound without the poor design and reliability issues? What's your favourite high gain amp? The build quality is not great, but I like the Randall RD series. I think they're great sounding amps. Probably the RD40 would be the one I go for, and then take it apart and just check all the solder connections, check that the caps are secure, because they are big chunky caps and they like to crack their solder connections because they don't silicon them to the board or anything. Hang on, I'll just go back to the previous comment before I go on, because YouTube will do the scrolly thing, and I'll come back to your comment. Anyway, anybody got feedback on Genelex Gold Lion tubes? I heard some good reviews on YouTube, but first-hand feedback would be great. They're a waste of money. Any major dude, don't bother buying them. They're just, it's just wanker fodder. Just the people who said they're great and they sound so amazing are probably getting paid to do so. So ignore YouTube reviews all the time. Talk to your techs. It'll still blow up if you don't run it with a speaker load. True. Whatever happened to those electronic preamp tubes? Anyone remember those? They were red, yellow, and green. You could literally just replace an ECC 83, 82. I think you might be talking about, if you're saying anyone remember those, maybe you're talking way back. You're talking about the Fetrons. I think they like to go short circuit and they didn't sound very good. So yeah, back to the mess of sound. Go plugins, man. Just get a modeler. Just get a modeler. Some of the Rivera stuff comes close to Mesa Boogie, but the bass is a bit more uncontrolled. Yeah, if you're gonna go Mesotone, just get a modeler, or I don't know, like a triple rectifier, dual rectifier, something like that. They seem to be a bit less fire prone, but they're also biased at like 8% or something fucking ridiculous. At least you know you can use the 6L6s it came with pretty much indefinitely because they're barely turned on. The angle, yeah, the angle stuff gets pretty close to Mesa, but the build quality's not brilliant on them either. They are a bitch to service because all the components are on the bottom side of the board. I use that metal wire to clear the nozzle. Yeah, we've got special nozzle tip things. Some guy in North or South Carolina is making 300B tubes. Might not be anymore with the floods. 6L6 is less worrisome, and do short bottle really sound much better than tall bottle? I don't think so. I think that's all marketing hype, but 6L6s tend to be a bit more reliable than EL34s. Thanks, Brad. I'll be calling you about grabbing some of those JJs off your brother. Where are you, any major dude? Because you can just get them, if you're in Australia, just get them from your VATCO. I don't want to be involved in selling valves. There's too much liability there with shipping, damage and stuff. Yeah, Alex finished the 2C plus. Where's my fret guard? Where are you, mini fret guard? You're hiding. Two big ones. Where's the little one? There it is. Laney Lionheart, not a big fan. The build quality's not great, but it's kind of par for the course these days though, isn't it? Eurotubes is a wicked JJ dealer. QC and QS is top notch. You can get any rating you want. Hot, medium, cold. They only deal in JJs. Yeah, so if you're going with JJs, you want to go from a reputed dealer because a lot of them just are so wildly off from the JJ's actual match. You want someone to rematch them because JJ's matching process, whatever it is pretty well useless. North Queensland, I wanted to pay you to test them, but I understand you don't want to be... The problem is the shipping. So your VATCO I've got to deal with. If you have any issues with them, they'll give you a return, but they also are OCD packing and shipping. So whoever they've got doing the packaging there, they like double and triple box shit. It's fantastic. So yeah, I'd say just go to VATCO. By the time I've ordered them and tested them and shipped them, it's a lot of time. What kind of compound are you using on the frets? I'm using Mother's Mag and Aluminium Polish. Yeah, the tiniest bit. Barely a wisp on a rag because you don't want black shit everywhere. Started using it on my motorcycle exhausts. Now using it on frets.
also good scratch perspex.
Scratch perspex. I wonder if you could use it for your headlights when they go all milky.
Yeah, does that well.
You've done it, have you?
I did it on the old Honda we had
Oh, yep.
years ago.
Nice, 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 nice.
Did it at my last job with perspex scanner windows.
Perspex scanner windows?
Yeah.
What kind of scanner?
For scanning tickets.
Oh, ticket scanners, like barcode readers. Right.
Milky and muddy scratch and all that, and I was up with that. That was amazing.
And she's A-OK. Yeatsy, I watched your vids. I'd say schematic was wrong, dude. Fill me in, legends. What happened on Yeatsy's video that the schematic was wrong? Was there something that was not making sense? Whether it is or isn't doesn't really change the fact I can't get 100% dissipation, as is the dropping resistor is, and the dropping resistor is original. Dropping resistor and dissipation? Is there a dropping resistor before the B plus feed? I've seen that on some weirdo amps like that for FISA. However you say it, but 64 AC10 SRT biasing at 85% after the screen's taken into account. Okay, so cathode or fixed bias? I'm assuming cathode bias. You never know with the oddball voxes. So essentially, if you're trying to bias it at 100% or 95% and the B plus is sagging too much, is that correct? So you just keep going and the B plus just sags and you can't get beyond 85. Is that what you're telling us? Yeah, that sounds like you might have low emission valves there, buddy. But I'm assuming you would have tried some other valves. Tubes, EL84s. The other thing to check is your heater voltage. Basically just go through everything and measure all your voltages, and that's when patterns emerge. And you start to see, maybe that's contributing. What do I mean by runs? Are you talking to me? DC out of the rectifier goes to the first filter cap, then through a 1K dropping resistor, and from there it's the second filter cap, and then to the screens and so on. Okay, so DC comes out of the rectifier, goes to the first filter cap, and then through a 1K dropping resistor. But where is the B plus getting pulled from? Where's the center tap of the output transformer getting pulled from? Is that getting pulled from before the 1K? Current set of the bias, the hottest, okay. Alright, so the B plus getting pulled after the 1K probably means the 1K is limiting the amount of current that can be drawn. So try putting the B plus before the 1K and see what that does. CT is connected to the screens. What, they're running triode mode? I mean, no, hang on. CT is connected to the screen node. Right, okay, traces on PCB. Question for your dad. Did he ever get the chance to listen to the Atlantics live? Did you ever get a chance to watch the Atlantics live, Dad?
Who?
The Atlantics. Did you ever get... Nah. I actually had a customer in, his stuff's still here actually, who actually, I'm saying actually a lot, who filled in for the guitarist in the Atlantics a few times. Yeah, old mate. That's his brown-faced Princeton I've got to get back into when I get back from camping. I hope to do it in the break. Yep, break. I hope to do it in the gap between being away for both weekends, i.e. right now, but I've got to get guitars out the door that have been sitting here for ages. Oh, Victor mentioned the runs are too small. Not sure what runs are. Runs mean something different in AU. Ah, traces on the PCB he means, right. Yeah, so you'd normally call that a wiring run, but on a PCB it's a trace. Just the layout. All of that is correct. Original. Well, it may be original, but that dropper is probably the source of the problem there, buddy. How do you know they weren't all like that? How do you know they weren't all unable to be biased to above 85% before the 1K starts dropping too much? 85K? 85%, I meant. Alright, shiny frets. But now we've got some polished compound there, so I'll get a bit of shellite, otherwise known as naphtha, on the rag. That actually that's a soapy rag that can go over there. Green apple quick step. You done yet?
No, mate. They're a pain in the arse.
Yeah?
You cut their leads off, it flattens them so you can't pull them out.
Ah, yeah. No highs, no lows, must be bows. Could very well be, that's why I was asking what you think. Would you chase it or leave it? I'd probably move it, unless you want originality is the name of the game. Like, you kind of got to leave all the quirks in if you want it to sound exactly like it, but I'd prefer to have a good sounding amp. Let me just see if it's mentioned in this book at all. I'm assuming you got this one, AC15, 10 and AC4. I don't know whether or not it would have the SRT model. Reverb. I wish I had a PDF version of this to search it, not to share it with everyone, but AC10 was also available with reverb and as a separate head. Okay, but they don't say SRT. AC30, AC4, AC30, 30/4, Vox Reverb, CCT, Office Super Twin. Okay, AC10s, thank you very much. AC15. Yeah, blue. Okay, it doesn't. Alright. It's got a choke. So maybe the 1K was like a... Well, hang on. Alright, so on the AC10s, center tap on the screen are attached to the B+. Jesus, they really don't want these EL84s to last, do they? And then it's got 100 ohm resistors on the anodes. And 8 Henry choke before anything. So they're probably trying to recreate that. So it does show it, Yeatsy, but just with a choke instead of a resistor. Is there any evidence of a choke having been installed on that one at some point in the past? Okay, so that's a AC4 has a similar setup. Yeah. It's got the rectifier, then 32 ohm, then 1K 5 watt, then 32 ohm, and that's the B+. The AC10 is the smallest one with a choke. Oop. Oh, who's this nuisance? Just live streaming, man. I'll just mute myself. Hang on. Champions, champions, champions. You still here or what? Fuck. Sorry about that. Couple of reps, couple of customers. Bit of Tina Turner. I really need to stop chatting to people so much, eh? It's hard though. Especially when you're in the shop by yourself all day. You like to feel human for a second, then you realise you've been talking for 20 minutes and the person's coming for the job you said would be ready half an hour ago. G'day Kyle, otherwise known as Lyle. How you going? What does love got to do with it? A customer just came to pick up a Macintosh 7100. Reported right hand channel going into protection mode and overheating, but 40 hours of bench time at various power levels, couldn't recreate the fault. Just said the same thing I say every time, look, I'm not wiping my hands clean of this. If you come and pick it up and it does it again, let me know, we'll investigate further. But we did find some bad solder connections and some dodgy connector damage. Yeah, it's hard to explain sometimes that some faults are intermittent because of external factors. What?
It's Mum.
Do you not scratch your ass? Mum's watching at home, watching Dad scratch his ass.
Her head's not.
Right, I'm not even going to bother trying to catch up on the chat. Start afresh. For glass boards with turrets, but beggars can't be choosers. Turrets are good, but the component density and the ability to substitute in modern components is the big issue. So as soon as you're dealing with transistors or relays, turrets are a pain in the ass. Look, champions, whether you like it or not, circuit boards are the way of the future in everything, even boutique amplifiers. And those sticking around with eyelet boards and fucking around with turret boards, they're just charging you unnecessary money that's you're not actually getting any advantage for it. You're just getting bragging rights because it's built old school. A well built circuit board can be just as good if not better than a turret board. Turrets are a pain in the ass, I agree. Burn, baby, burn. So what's for lunch?
What's for lunch?
Yeah. Ham, cheese, tomato, sanger?
Cheese tomato roll.
Ham, cheese, tomato roll.
Cheese tomato roll.
Burn, baby, burn. Right, so who's here now at least? I'm not going to catch up with the chat, but... Hi, Brad, with the J200 AS335 brown LP and brown LP from Orange. Not telling. Alright, so we've got a Dustin, we've got a Lou Woods. Newcomers, thank you for joining us. I hope you're still here. BC Electronics, how you going, legend? Sean Weatherford, I think you've been here since the start though. And we've got a Lyle. We've got a Rob French. And a Peter Hinton. Hey, you know what I can do, legends? I can get rid of some of those grey names. Because it's the 1st of October. So let's get rid of some of those grey names by gifting some memberships, eh? You don't have to stick around, but you get a free one, free taster for a month. And if you like it, you can renew. Of course, I've got to produce more content, don't I? Shut up, computer. So, should we give away 5 now and 5 later? I always say that and then I give away all in one go. Membership gifting. Oh, maybe because it's the 1st I can't do it. I've got to wait till the 2nd. You've gifted all 10 free of charge memberships this month. So it must go off the date in the States. Because it's the 1st of October here, but not in the States. So I can't give away any memberships at the moment. I've got to wait till tomorrow. But I won't be live streaming, so I'll have to do it when I get back from my camping trip. 4 driving trip. Sorry. You can still purchase and gift memberships if anyone's interested in doing that. That would help me out and help out someone else that wants some exclusive content or just early release. If you're an impatient ADD person like most of you technical fuckers are. Can I squeeze in there and grab a 10mm socket?
Yeah.
Thank you. How's that working out?
Long way to go, mate.
Yeah.
These carbon comps are ratchet.
They're all fucked, are they?
We haven't got any 510s.
510 carbon film.
Whatever.
I've got 1/4 carbon film, quarter watt metal film and 1/2 watt carbon film in pretty much every value. Yeah.
Okay, good.
If it's a critical place, you might want to use metal film because they're 1%ers. They're 5%.
I'd rather use the 5%. I mean the 1%.
Yeah, so I've numbered them the same.
Yeah.
I've just put it
All
there.
right, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, you've used up all my metal films. Fuck!
Yeah.
1 watters.
Yeah. Well, just don't too small. Can't see them.
Can't see them. Well, no, they're all the same quarter watt body size, but they're it's the 1/2 watt carbon films that are like the sort of old school 1 watt, 1/2 watt size. You should give channel members a first crack at the PCBs. Do you mean first crack at like a video about them, or give them the pre-orders? There, Jim. I can't send anything till it's paid for. I was thinking about doing pre-orders because people have said I want a pre-order. I go, okay, so you send them an invoice and they're like, what's the invoice for? I go, the pre-order. It's a pre-order, not a pre-wish to order. Pre-order means you're paying up front and you're not getting it for a month. And I don't think they like that, so I don't know about going down that road because I think I'll have a lot of angry emails, and I fucking hate angry emails, champions. Angry emails really upset me. What's this getting? Ernie ball? I just got to get some paperwork, hang on. Run around Sue. I'm sure she didn't take kindly to being called that. I've got to do a quote for a Banjalele. Banjalin. Quote for a Banjalin restoration. It's another one of those open-ended things that is going to be a nightmare. Never-ending job. Match string gauge, any ball, standard tuning, regular slinkies. Right. Get a couple of regs. Yeah, hybrids. You know what? D'Addario EXL 110s. Just want a plain nickel wound, so we'll go with the D'Addario EXL 110s. in the bulk pack, Lucy's pack, whatever they call them. Had to gut a Panasonic. I've worked on an amp that was called a Panther, not Sex Panther. It was just Panther, and I believe they were made by Panasonic, if not some ex-employees of Panasonic. I mean, either way, even if in hand, not sure enough members would want any though. I don't think I want any TSL100. Yeah, it's not the amp of my choice, but hey, I own a TSL100 now, whether I like it or not, because that's the trial test model, test unit. Oh, you know what I found on Marketplace? Was it Marketplace or eBay? A BOFA, same as that one, $300. Yeah, dual unit, all the accessories, the pipes and everything. I should put a link up to it for any of the champions that are living nearby, because it was in Newcastle. So if anyone in the Central Coast or Newcastle wants a BOFA, go on Facebook Marketplace, you'll find it. There's a... Yeah. Yeah, even if you've got to buy a new filter, it's still a goodbye, Dad says, because he's over there and you probably can't hear him. So yeah, the unit that's behind me making noise, that was the dual port with the bench ports and everything. I saw that and thought, no, I don't need another BOFA. No 510s in either box? They're only 5%, but still better than a carbon comp that's 20% out.
Yeah, well, ones are in there at 5% and they're way off.
5.1, what series is that? Is that E24? Yeah, this is E24 up here. Well, there you go. Oh, hang on, 510 ohm, did you say?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, some of them I think they were out of stock when I ordered them. They're the Mighty Ohm brand.
Carbon film or carbon?
That's carbon film.
I'll see how accurate they are.
These are metal film. Yeah, they're the ones I used on the Marshall boards, and they're all within like 2 or 3%. Do you want to pull out the HP? Seven ohms. It's just compensating for the operating temperature, mate. Hey, Jim Cox gifted 10 memberships. Boom. Thanks, Jim. You've done that before, Jim. You don't have to do it every time. If you've done it once, that's cool. Who got one? Whole bunch of new names there. Travis. Travis finally got one. Matt Fields got one. Dave Newman got one.
I've already got one.
You've already got a membership? What tier are you at?
I bought my own. Yeah, each month, I think.
Yeah? Have you set it to auto renew, have you? Thank you. Legends. Don't tell me what to do, says Jim. Okay. I'll tell you what to do, but you're free to ignore it. Legends. Now I just got to produce some bloody content. I haven't felt like it the last few days. A little bit of just being depressed over the whole situation. But I think I'll do what I usually do and come back from the camping trip, the four-wheel driving trip, refreshed and keen to get stuck in. No, you don't get hungover.
You don't get hungover.
You don't get hungover after 6 days of solid drinking. It just the hangover's just you eat it for breakfast. I don't watch TV or movies, so I have YouTube entertainment budget. Same here. I don't watch TV at all. Don't really watch. Michelle keeps watching series, but it's shit. It's such a time investment. Like, you watch one episode and then you're like, oh, I'll watch the next one, oh, I'll watch the next one. Before you know it, you know, you've wasted a whole night. Could have been practicing guitar or doing a circuit board layout or other more fun things. You know what I've done? Put the bridge in the wrong way around. I'll just loosen that off. I'm shocked haven't gotten a free membership. I guess I'm not too lucky on here. That's the problem. You can't just give one to someone. It'd be good if you could do that. Just nominate someone and go, I want to give that person a membership, but you can't, unfortunately. What I can do, and I was thinking about this, is I could start a private stream if I organise it with that person. Start a private stream, gift one membership, and then close the private stream. But that's about the only way you could do it. Or an unlisted stream, I should say. So they're the only one that's there, is what I mean. But that's a lot of effort. I think you should just buy one, you cheap ass. People get really touchy about the memberships. They get really indignant when you say that, you know, maybe there is some content that only the members will get, or maybe there is content that the members will get prematurely. They're like, oh, that's unfair. Like, yes, it's 2024. You have to pay for things. I'm sorry. Nothing's free, man. And it's either that or I become an advertising shill and then you won't have to pay anything because I get money from elsewhere. You do understand, right, that if I want to keep doing this as a hobby, I need to justify it, particularly to Michelle. That would not work, it's random. Yeah, but if it's random and there's only one person on the stream, the random becomes a certainty because there's only one person. As far as I know, it only goes to the people present on the stream. Or does it not? Does it go to people that are just not even watching? That'd be pretty shit if that was the case. Most active channel participants, but I think they changed it to be completely random. I paid $22 for a good bud, for a GD Budweiser last night. What's the GD Budweiser? And why the fuck are you paying $22 for a Budweiser? Budweiser's fucking... It's like sex in a boat. No, it's random from all the people who chat. Even if they're not present, Jim. Really? Is that true? Let's do the tune everything to E. know that song, don't you? No, I'm talking to them. Do you know that song? Oh, well, there you go. Candles burning yesterday. Somebody's best friend died. It's Mind Riot, legends. Mind Riot by Soundgarden. Just give him a bit of a stretch. See you, Rob. Take it easy, mate. Yes, you do have to eat. What do they say? You gotta eat, because if you don't eat, you don't shit. And if you don't shit, you die. Something like that. Something like that. Not a grunge fan. Oh, no wonder you're a grey name, Scotty. Well, good thing Soundgarden wasn't grunge. Still a bit stretchy. Soundgarden. I got you. I got you. I got what you were saying. You know, there's no greater honour than getting a copyright strike by your own playing, because it means you're playing good enough that the algorithm recognises the song. See if I remember this bit. It never resolves there, it just goes, which is kind of cool, but I always can't help myself but go. But yeah, maybe the lack of resolution there is on purpose. Sounds really good in the middle position of a Les Paul. Whenever I get a Les Paul, it just stays in the middle position all the time. And it's not clipping when I play that, is it? I know the audio is not great today because not usual setup, but alright, back to the setup. Enough stuffing around. Pretty News, I love that song. Alright, we've got quite a bit of relief to the neck, so I'll just tighten that up a touch. I think I've got another customer. I like to put the neck support up the end and just help the truss rod. Just puts a little bit less strain on the threads. Modest mouse, that'd be great. We've got someone here. Fuck. Trip over the stool. You do make good coffee. You always know if you run out of pension, you can become a barista. You don't have the tattoos and the beard for it, though. Well, then you could get a job at Grumpy's, couldn't you?
What do you fucking want?
What do you want, dickhead? Nah, you don't want sugar in that coffee. Dad always gets the shits whenever someone wants the sugar in a coffee that he's making. You don't need sugar. Coffee's that good.
Believe it.
Signed, sealed, delivered. Oh yeah. That's coming up nicely. Just going a little bit at a time. Pardon me. Oh, champions, we've got a returned repair. Is it the fucking tube amp doctors bit me again? I thought I got all my customers that I used them on, but maybe one slipped through the cracks. Fucking tube amp doctor, making me look bad. 23AH, yep, that's the bad batch. You fuckers. Still coming back to bite me.
Yep.
Fucking Lyle suggesting tube amp doctor to me. I blame you, Lyle. Yep, 23AH. Fuck you, tube amp doctor, honestly. There's no physical evidence on these ones, but did you bring your tester this time? You've got it? Yeah, right. Do you want to get some more lightning happening on those ones? I'll just put them in the cab. Hate that. You do everything right and you still look bad because of a bad valve. We've also got a Silver Jubilee combo. Yeah, he's got some nice stuff. Good bloke. Yeah, he's a gigger. He's not just a hobbyist. I think that one's just a bad indicator bulb, but he's he said to do a full service to it as well. Yeah, I haven't finished mine yet. Lyle left. Must have known I was about to take him to task. What can you do? Everything is shit these days. Pretty much, Scotty. So on that, that's a Fender, oh, another customer. That's a Fender Deluxe Reverb reissue. We've done 3 mods to that. We did a bright cap pull switch on the vibrato channel. We've done a normal channel to lead channel modification, as well as vibrato and reverb on both channels. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I read that as scratch my legs. I'm like, you can do that right where you are. So where were we with this? This is why having a shop really sucks a lot of time out of your day, because now I've forgotten where I even am with this setup, and I've got to come back up to speed and figure out where I was. Non-existent almost. That's the customer's job. What, the customer's job to QC? Yeah, pretty much. So that was only what, March I did that amp, and the 6V6s have lasted that long, but no longer. So I'm not using Tube Amp Doctor anymore. They can get fucked. I shouldn't say that. It's just the one batch, but or couple of batches, but still, it's just really frustrating. I don't know. Should give them the benefit of the doubt, but now my customers won't want to see Tube Amp Doctor ever again. That's how customers work. You get one chance to fuck up, and that's it. Days of hard drives, yeah. They're just Western Digital's the best. I know their shit. Seagate's the best. I know their shit. Back to Western Digital. And round and rounds.
Cost lots of time and money going to fucking replace them and reload them.
Yeah. And then plus you've got the issue of data security, which you found out the hard way. You got all the resistors you need?
So I'm getting there. What have we got? 2, 4, 6. Still got about 10 to go, 10, 12 to go. Every one of them electric.
Oh, here we go. First comment from Six I've seen, and he's already arguing with me. Bullshit. If one chance made all the difference, then there wouldn't be so many incompetent. Hang on. What? Then there wouldn't be so many incompetent that keep getting customers back 3-4 times to them. Oh, I gotcha. So if it was one chance, then you wouldn't get all the incompetent techs that keep getting people coming back. That's my Dr. Gear iPad, iPhone keypad translation. Oh, you've been chatting here for a while. Sorry, I've been busy. G'day Six, how you going? Should I ask? G'day Ken. G'day Curtis. I think I said hi to you, Scotty. I'm just sort of going for it today. I'm just going, you know, good old fashioned, having a go. Little bit sharp there on the fretting. Push that saddle back a touch. Just doing the intonation, champion. Sorry, I'm not really narrating my process today. I'm just going for it. Yeah, that's because incompetent techs feed their customers a line of shit. Yeah, pretty much, and they snort it up. Sweet. Just pull the G string forwards a touch. The spread's a bit far. Alright, give him a stretch. Try again. Turn that amp down a little bit, eh? It's probably annoying for you guys. B string being really loud. Nah, could be just a standing wave between the wall maybe, I don't know. If not Tads, what then to buy? Well, at the moment I'm going back to JJ's. But, you know, it's just a constant juggling act, eh? Which is why Dad's going to tell us about his little project, aren't you? Well, you know, there is a microphone up here for you. No, here you go. There you go. On your pocket, eh?
I won't go for a piss with it.
No, don't go for a piss with it. All right, I'll put it in your pocket. There you go.
Yeah, well, the new project is each time I come and work with Brad, he has a bit of a whinge about all the faulty valves that he buys, and he has got to suffer the wrath of getting them replaced or not, and just running
Another customer
backwards behind every bloody valve replacement. So when he buys valves in bulk, he was talking about buying a maxi matcher. I don't mean to put anything against the maxi matcher.
Nothing against Peter.
No.
Peter Toms.
But it has the inability to run all 4 valves at once. So you can do, and then you can have them sitting in there running warm on heaters and bias Not that that's going to do much, but when you select the valve, it applies HT and whatever, and you can then get a current reading. So you've got to do that individually for each valve. So I thought I'll make a 4-hole valve tester, which will give you actually continuously variable plate voltage, screen voltage, and bias. This one, the transformer is going to limit me to just AC heaters. It's an old transformer back from the 60s. It's got a HT winding of 700 volts center tapped at 200 milliamps. Sorry, it is 200 milliamps, yes.
Yep.
And it's got two 6.3 3-amp heater windings and a 5-volt winding, which I won't be using. So I was doing a bit of looking around on the internet, and I found Eurotubes has they were a great fan of maxi matches, but they found it was too slow for them. So they designed their own, and this design happens to be exactly what I've already had on paper.
Yeah. Well, that's what they say. When you put two engineers to the same problem, often the solution ends up the same because they find the easiest way of doing it.
So I've actually got the 8 digital panel meters arriving at my place today, actually. So there'll be a plate current digital meter on each valve. There'll be a digital panel meter for HT, screen voltage, and bias.
So it's like a valve torture table.
Yeah. Well, not really torture. You can set up the parameters pretty close to what you're going to be running, as long as it's not above. It'll only go to about 530 volts HT.
Yeah, but that's what you need, because like the maxi matcher, I think maxed out at 400 volts.
Yeah. And
often you'll have like EL34s in particular that are happy at 400, but maybe might arc at 500. So.
Yeah. So it's all on paper. I've actually got the circuit diagram, which I've come up with. There it is. Look at that. It's upside down. Everything.
Yeah. You've got the best autofocus in the world. You can't see shit. Don't worry about it. I'll desk share it. Oh, you can email it to me.
I can do that.
Email it to me. Is that a PDF?
Yeah. Oh, I can do it. I can just download it as a PDF. Yeah.
Do that, and then I can show it on desk share, and you can run them through it.
This one will also have the ability to do the mutual conductance like my other valve tester.
Yep.
I'm going to add an extra plate resistor, which then allows us to check for microphonics. You don't even need to feed it with a signal to do that. And that'll have to be a manual pull a jumper out so that you're increasing the plate load. So it will act as an amplifier more than just checking mutual conductance. So the project is in the mill. I've got a lot of parts on the way, and when I get home on Friday, or Thursday, sorry, I will get back to the bench and start the metalwork. And I'd say within a month or two I should have this thing all up and running. So Brad then can test his valves in batches of 4, or just test them. Or, you can just, if you've got all mismatched valves, you can plug them in, and then you can just get direct with the same bias settings and plate voltages. You can pick the ones which are going to be performing in the same region. So it'll be a good little project, and it's probably only going to cost me about I don't know, probably about $300 so far. So it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, that is an A&R transformer, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Six has picked it. Sounds like an old A&R transformer.
That's exactly what it is. That was from Uncle Bill's stash in Melbourne.
200 milliamp.
Yeah.
Fucking monster.
Yeah. On 240 volts, at home I was getting. It was going to be around about 365, 370 aside of the centre tap. So that's why we get above 500. So yeah, but once we prove this one works all right, we might even consider making more of them for anyone who wishes to get one. Because there are not many. I don't think there's any others out there which do this, apart from the Maxi Matcher, which has got the limitation of one valve at a time. So
So you're going to share the schematics for it
Yep.
so we can build our own at home? Well, I don't know. I mean, you've got to share a schematic to be able to build it. So if we offered it as a circuit board and maybe chassis kit, then you could build your own, and lots of people would die in the process, but they're dumb people anyway, so who cares?
Anyhow, I'll send you that file.
Andy 1966 writes, so I guess I am banned, too bad. And the fact that we can all read his comment means he's not banned, so I don't know what he's on about. Andy, are you just trying to trigger me again? Like Eric did last time? Telling me there was too much drama? Stick shifts and safety belts. Bucket seats have all got to go. When I'm riding in my car, makes my baby sing so far. Alright, put the cover back on. I need you here with me, not way over in a bucket seat. It's alright, Andy. You had your little outburst. It's alright. We're here for you. We're here for you, mate. We are a shoulder for you to rant on. Take your age out on us. It's fine. We can take it. We're big boys.
Come on.
If one of my members has a bit of a, you know, a bit of a, what would you call it? Conniption? But it's a name that I recognise. It's fine. You're allowed to have a few outbursts. But if it's a name I recognise, if you're a newcomer and you just come in ranting and raving, then you can just go fuck yourself. I'll just ban you. Oh, customer.
Oops.
What's still on? Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
You
Testing,
okay?
testing. I can't tell what I'm on. Give me your one.
What's that?
For a sec.
Yeah.
I just need to turn it off now. you email it to me?
Yep.
Okay, well, what I'll do...
Sure did.
I'll just get this guitar away. Test. Hey, yeah. Am I alive? I think so. Oh, I'm doing one of those weird throat burps. They're really gross when you hear someone on video and their throat goes... Throat like gargles while they're quiet.
Sound like a turkey. When I finish this Bose equaliser, I'll do a scan on it.
Oh, you got your ARTA.
Yeah.
Did you want to use my M2?
Yeah, we'll have to, yeah.
You got it plugged in there? It's just the cable coming up to the right hand side there.
Yeah.
So you could use that to do it.
Yeah. And it's pretty straightforward. I use this laptop to do the scans at home.
Yep. Right.
Interesting to...
Before I get the next one out, you want to just show them that. Desk share. Ken said, go for a piss now. Okay. You were muted when you said that. They just know from last time. I hate opening email because every time I do there's like 12 bills and 16 inquiries. And
this one's not a bill yet.
Not yet, yeah. This would be a good one to do some laser cut chassis for. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of my email so I don't dox anyone unless I already have.
Yeah.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Come over here. Desk share. There we go. Alright, you're live.
Yeah. So what do we do? Point?
Take a seat.
Can we take a... What do we point with your blue?
Yeah, you'd zoom in with this. Just go into dynamic zoom.
Okay.
That's streaming the actual...
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. Oh well, it all starts with with the transformer in KiCad. I couldn't find a layout of all the windings and whatever. But so what I've got is there's the primary. Sorry, that's the. Hang on, let me think about
You remember what you're doing, mate?
There we go. That's the 700 volt with the centre tap.
Yeah.
We're just full-wave rectifying that. Some series filter caps with balancing. Just 100 ohm filter sort of, if you can call it a filter. And from there, we send off the HT to
Dropper, filter node, whatever you want to call it.
well, that's the main supplier to all the screens and the plates. That's plate. That's plate. That's plate, and this one up here is plate. And you got screen. So, and they're all controlled by plates controlled by that pot. They're all paralleled, so they'll all valve sockets will vary at the same rate as the first one with the pot, and same with the screen supply. The screens are currently limited to.
Sorry, excuse me.
The screens are currently limited to about 19-20 milliamps. The plate supplies are currently limited to about just on 50 milliamps. So we should be able to run, probably stress the transformer a little bit, but all plates running at 50 milliamps. You're running at the 200 on the from the transformer, and then you've got the screens to add to that. So there's probably another 80 odd milliamps, which will you probably wouldn't run it at flat out if you're going to do an endurance test. You'd probably run it back about, I don't know, you'd cut it back a bit anyway. So you wouldn't be running at 50 milliamps, because if you're running an AL34 at 50 milliamps at 500 volts, or say 500 volts, you're running at 25 watts plate dissipation. So you wouldn't want to go any higher than that.
Yeah.
Up here, and how do you move that? No.
Just over the wheel.
Oh, how do I shift?
Press the wheel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just zoom in and out at what I want to look at because I'm from CAD.
Yeah. Okay, so there's each socket. It will have. There's a. I'm just using that as ground. So that's part of the mutual conductance circuit, which is selected by this switch. We probably only need four banks, but I think, or four poles. Sorry, 2 poles, 4 position. But this, I think the switch we've got here at the moment is going to be about a 6 position. So we feed input from this little op amp via this bridge. This is actually a bridge circuit, which when you feed that signal to the grids of the selected valve, you'll get an output which comes back from this from that capacitor there. Got a nice hefty 1000 volt caps coming for those, 470 nano. It'll go back to the 10 turn pot, and to calibrate it you've got this pot here, looking for a sample voltage there, and what happens, this signal, the output signal is going to be out of phase with the input signal. So, because the input, or this signal here is going to the grids, and this signal coming back here is coming from the plates. So what you're effectively doing, once it's calibrated, you'll adjust the 10 turn pot for a null on the output. You can either use a meter on that, or you can actually use plug it into an amplifier. So from the reading you get on the 10 turn pot vernier dial, I use the graph that came with the stolen circuit of this one. It's not really stolen, it's public interest. And from that you read the mutual conductance. Now it's not as highly accurate as a digital unit, like if you've got one on one of your flashy bloody computer controlled valve testers. But what the aim of it is, so if you're matching valves, you would want to compare the mutual conductance for each valve, and you're looking for a direct comparison, more so than what the actual reading is. Because if you're testing older valves, the mutual conductance will vary depending on the plate voltage, even the screen voltage, and the bias, what you've got, and the plate current. So they're all taken into account. And if you set them up as per the data sheets, you'll find that the mutual conductance for a new valve will be the same no matter which valve it is, if they're all from the same match set. So it's a good way of checking the calibration anyway.
So you asked about those wafer switches.
Yeah.
What was ideal? What did you need?
We want 2 pole 4 position.
2 pole 4 position.
Yeah.
And is that what kind of current?
Oh, no current involved. In fact, these are actually not running at anything higher than. See, we've got a 250k. It's sort of referencing the output from the plate from that capacitor to ground via that little jumper down there to ground. So you've got virtually no voltage, no DC on there. If you have, you've got to hold a cap. And so it doesn't really matter. But if anything does break over, these switches should be good for that. But, the only other one to test for microphonics, the next issue was in the plate circuit. This voltage from the plate is referenced to ground via this filter cap here. So AC wise, that side of the resistor is ground. And you're comparing the voltage across the 22 ohm plate resistor.
These are you pull out the washer and just put it wherever you want it.
Yeah. So to do that, well, there's not enough signal there to test for microphonics. So what I'm going to do is in the plate circuit, I'm going to put in about a 1k maybe. I've got to experiment with that value. It'll either be about say 1.5k, which will be in there. But the problem is that's at 700 volts. Sorry, it can be up to 700 volts if we've got a different transformer. And then you've got issues of a switch that's going to handle it. So what I've decided, I'll have a resistor in there. I'll put a 2mm banana connection on either side of it, and under normal operation we'll have a jumper in accessible from the top with 600 volt or actually I've ordered the 1000 volt rated 2mm banana plugs and the corresponding jacks. So If you want to test for microphonics, you would just pull that jumper out, which would enable the plate resistor, and you'll still get signal from here out to your amp you've got plugged in, because you'll now have a 1K with a 22 ohm resistor in series, so you'll get a reasonable sort of AC signal across the plate. And
this switch is so cool.
yeah,
That must be like a $500 switch, eh?
oh yeah, Christ, yeah, mate.
That's 5 throw, but you can change it with the washer.
Yeah.
You just put it in whatever peg you want.
Well, there's an English mod which I found for looking at, as I was telling you about the step attenuators.
Yep.
They make up the attenuators, or you can buy their switches. And one bank of that would probably cost somewhere like about, I think it was something like £50.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's less. That's like a third of what I expected.
Oh yeah.
Because of the cost, that's pretty good.
That's not that size switch though. It was a normal little
Yeah.
switch. But
By mutual, someone said by mutual conductance you mean GM equals transconductance.
yes, that's correct.
Yeah, we just didn't want to use the T slur. That's all. Not when Six is around. He doesn't like slurs. I don't either.
Yeah.
CRL do 2-pole 4-position lever switches. Ooh, lever switch. That'd be like pretty cool, like a chunk, wouldn't it? Be like one of those old Beatles mixing consoles, you know.
Well, the whole thing is, I'd need to have 4-pole switch or individual switches for adding that extra plate load resistor, and I don't really feel like having a. Well, we'll put it this way. I tried looking for switches that are available to switch up to 700 volts, and they're about, you can get them, but you're around maybe $300 or $400 a switch.
Yeah.
So, I think the banana plugs with rated at 1000 volt, and they got the shrouded plug. So even if you take the plug out, you can't touch it. So you won't get zapped. So for testing these, you could just, well, the other thing is I'm not putting a plate switch in this, controlled by a switch or a relay, because once again, you've got a very expensive switch to switch that properly at 500 volts. Even though on front of your Marshalls and bloody Fenders and that, you just got an old toggle switch. So
yeah,
they get away with it, but I don't know. We could probably still do that.
Well, they usually have, yeah. I mean, for the HT switches, if you're switching the AC like in a Marshall, it's alright. But if you're switching the DC, that's when they really expect a lot out of those switches. But having said that, like, failures aren't that common as you'd expect. So I think they just see that and go, oh well, she'll be right.
I probably could just put a switch in the centre tap.
Yeah.
And like they do in Marshalls or whatever.
Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah, and just use a lower rated switch. But,
you just have the grounded be floating. No.
No, you'd have it there.
Yeah.
In that line there, so that there's just no current being
that'll work.
taken from the transformer, because they're both diodes are not going to be passing anything.
Yeah.
So
I'll just put a dual pole dual throw on the AC.
Yeah.
That way you've cut off all that.
What, here and there?
Yeah.
Well, it's only to if you wanted
if
you just want to unplug valves and put another set in, you could just turn off at the wall. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to get around to, is the heater supply. To control that from the old transformer, it's much easier to just, I'll use one winding for 2 valves and the other winding for the other 2 outside valves, for example. And then what you'll set that voltage up by having a variac.
Yeah.
Have to use a variac. Oh no!
Pussy. So you could get a small variac that would mount in the box with it. If you want to go all out and make the full
no, you just have, everyone's got a variac. You just have it on the bench and it's only...
Everyone. You get them at primary school, don't you? Yeah. It's like you got your variac licence along with your pen licence.
Yeah. But I also found in some testing with my little valve tester that you can vary the plate the heater voltage probably a half a volt or more either side of 6.3, and you don't get any noticeable change in with a new valve. You get no noticeable change of plate current. So it's not all that critical. Even if we're just I haven't got I have one spare meter which I might just make it read AC. And that way you can get an idea of where it's sitting. If it's within, say, half a volt of 6.3, you know you're pretty right to get a comparison. If they're all new valves, which is what your aim is, testing a new batch of valves you brought in, so that you're not going to have any failures. And,
Yeah.
And yeah. But yeah, this should be capable of, with the existing.
All you got to do is test them for what? How long ago was March?
Yeah. But he said it was off. He hadn't used it for 3 months.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Either way.
Yeah. But these FETs, I've opted to go for it's an 8 amp FET. Not that it doesn't need 8 amps, but it's rated 150 watts. So they.
It's actually hard to find the smaller ones these days because they're all real high power.
Yeah. Well, I thought if I got a 20 watter, and you got a situation where you've got a valve short, and you haven't noticed it, it'll current limit, and that way, it's going to limit the current to 50 milliamps. It won't go any higher.
Yeah.
And you'll end up with the FET getting quite hot. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. But under 50 milliamps with normal plate load and whatever, not in current limit situation, it won't dissipate much heat at all. So I've got one heat sink a foot long coming, and that's going to have all the 8 FETs on it. So
Nice.
yeah.
Just going to mount that on the rear.
Yeah. It'll be one it's a flat back one, so it'll just get screwed to the chassis.
I use some of the ones I've got floating around.
Well,
You have to bath
I didn't know what you had, so I'll just order one. And I found one from Mouser, which is coming for about $28.
Oh yeah.
A foot long. It's 75mm high and 25 or 30mm
Just
deep.
vertical fins.
Just vertical fins. Yeah.
Sweet. Just like
So I might even, seeing it's an alley chassis, I might just put a cutout in the chassis and just have them mount the heatsink with a piece of metal either end, and then just bloody have it poking through so they can be screwed straight to the heatsink.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's the project.
What's up here? Tell me about the audio side.
Well, that's just it's actually this original circuit was a 741. I'm just going to use a TL071. It's just, what have we got? It's running off a single supply, so you've got the plus input being held at centre with the 220k resistors. So AC grounded by that cap and DC reference there, so it means that the output will be sitting at around about 6 volts. Under normal conditions. So yeah, you just got your signal coming in here for a 100k pot to control the level. I'm not even sure what the gain's going to be there, but that was the values I used in the other one. And the signal comes out there, which you can adjust. It works out with about 2 volts peak to peak on the input. That gives us a good enough swing there to start playing with the transconductance testing. Or mutual conductance testing, whichever way you like to call it.
Mutual transconductance.
Mutual trans.
Just find the longest word, and then the chatters will be happy.
Yeah, but a lot of thought went into it, based on the valve test I've already made, which I found to be performing very bloody well. I don't like the analogue meters because they're not quite accurate enough, and I blew up the shunts on a couple of them, and the meter survived, but yeah, when I had a valve short, it actually took out the shunt for the meter.
Bugger.
So, yeah.
They're not cheap either.
No, but with these digital meters, they're rated at 500 milliamps, the ones I've ordered, because you couldn't get one that was smaller, and there was 3.5 digits, so you can get down to about, I think it's 5 millivolt resolution. So. Or 5 milliamp resolution, so yeah, some pretty good stuff on eBay. And these 8 meters.
Just grab my micrometer, sorry.
Yeah, these 8 digital meters, they're 79 wide by about I think it was 35 high or something. All 8 of them cost me $68 on eBay, and they were arriving today from China.
As long as we check that they're accurate enough.
Well, they are. They're based on the ICL 7107
Oh, okay.
Digital meter chip, and I used one of them back in the 70s. I was in the air conditioning game at that stage, and I made up a digital thermometer using a reference diode as a thermal element.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the guy said, where'd you get that? I said, I made it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. But, so yeah, I've got a bit of faith in that chip, and it's quite accurate.
Does the job?
Yeah.
Right, now piss off back to your bench.
Yes, I've got to get back to work.
You've got to go for a wee, don't you?
No, I don't know. You can have it.
You don't want it?
I've waffled on enough for a while.
Phase cancellation.
I like little projects.
Yeah.
So you win luck.
Terry called me Variac boy. I'll just clean up my guitar droppings. When you've got a guitar setup bench, the guitars just drop dust. The guitars like drop crumbs. It's like lacquer and stuff, polish compound, you name it. Look at this little thing. Oh, I'm still on screen share, sorry. It's an Enya. Sail away, sail away. I think it's made out of glass reinforced plastic. Look at the volume knob. It's like something you get from Temu. Oh, it's got USB. What does that entail? Why can I barely hear it? Okay, so it's some sort of programmable modeling guitar with really stiff tuning pegs. It like fades when you change the volume. That's really weird. It's got a push button. Ooh, it's got echo. It's got like models. Delay. Purple. That's the purple setting. I guess green's the plain setting. Okay, moving on. But it's here because it's got high action. And too much relief in the neck. Whether or not that's adjustable, I don't know. It looks like it's a composite neck, so possibly not. But they wanted some lighter strings. And if possible, slightly lower action. Now there does appear to be a little rubber cap over the truss rod hole. Oh yeah, a little silicon chucha. A little nubbin. And there is a truss rod in there. And the hole is not round, so that's promising. Whoa, the amp just went a bit weird when I turned it off. Just put the Gibson truss rod wrench away. Getting a little bit of everything in this stream, aren't you, legends? Sail away, sail away, sail away. That was an Enya song, wasn't it? It's got really nice rounded fret ends actually. Looks like they've done a little bit more than the average bear, which is nice. Clearly got some sort of DSP in it, but I'd be wanting to replace those machine heads though. Made in China, no surprise there. Enya was used for a Velveeta cheese commercial. Really? Yeah, looks like we're about where we want to be with the truss rod, so where does that leave us for the action? We're at 2.5 on the bass side, 2 on the treble side, so I'd like to see that get down to about 2 mil, maybe 1.75, considering it's a composite body. We don't need to allow as much for humidity changes. So I want to come down about, if you take into account we're halfway up, probably want to come down a good 0.75 mil on the bass side, maybe go half a mil first, about a quarter of a mil on the treble side. On the saddle, those tuning machines have loosened up with no tension on them, which probably just means the spur gear's a bit not great machining. There goes an eye. It's just about lunchtime, champions. You hungry yet?
Not really.
No? Alright. It's not lunchtime yet then, champions.
Late lunch, early breakfast.
Ah, you had brekkie. Or did you have a toast?
Yeah.
Trying not to scratch these bridge pins because it's only spray paint. These are the factory strings, the Darios. Sitting out the back smoking a cigar and drinking whiskey, you legend. I was feeding my backyard dogs. What, you got backyard and front yard dogs, have you, Victor? What whiskey are you drinking, buddy? The frets have got that sort of almost brushed look from the factory, so I'll give them a quick hand polish. Mark's not hungry, he's already eaten his ribs. That brushing's a little bit deep, so I'll just give him a gentle Scotch Brite with some used stuff just to get the grain direction happening in line with the fret, so you don't get that scritchy sound when you bend the notes. Scritchy, is that a word? Generally in the factory, I think they press the frets in, they go like that with some Scotch Brite, and then job done. See you later. See you later. Got a 0 fret. Give that a quick run as well. Ah. Dustin's on the Redbreast. That's an excellent whiskey. That's a Irish one. Redbreast 12. Been meaning to try out their cask strength offerings because they look really nice. They're not cheap though. Sewers. Instead of dewars, he calls it sewers. Although the S and the D is next to each other, but I think that's a pretty good nickname for dewars. It's alright. Bad whiskey's better than no whiskey. Well. Mark takes his PA system camping and it pisses off other campers. I reckon it would. You got the nature people that go there to, you know, bird watch and stuff, and you got Mark cranking fucking ZZ Top at 3 million decibels. Nah, it's chatter. Rocky Patel. Edge Sumatra. Haven't tried any Rocky Patels yet. I tend to go towards the Cohibas and the Partagas. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Cohiba is probably my favourite. Monte Cristos are okay. Even the Rocky Patels over here, Victor, would be about $50 each. Fucking ridiculous what tobacco's worth over here. Got a Lafroig. Everyone's drinking whiskey. 4:20 in the morning. Ken's drinking Lafroig at 4:20 in the morning. Not too much to do tomorrow, I assume, Ken? I hope. I hope I haven't just, like, fostered just a whole bunch of alcoholics in this little corner of the internet. There's a channel that does like guitar and whiskey reviews called Whiskey Riffs. One day he'll review a pedal or something, next day he's reviewing a whiskey. Oh, listen to that. Listen to how much friction there is there. I don't know why they brush frets perpendicularly, because when you bend the note it just goes. G'day Travis, how you going, buddy? Everyone's got a scotch. Bloody hell. Hands up everyone who's having a scotch right now. Not me. I could drink some isopropyl, I guess, but might get liver failure. $200 grit frets, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Lou. That's why I'm giving him a run with Scotch-Brite before I give him a hand polish, because the polish wasn't doing anything. As always, they prioritise the gimmicks over the actual playability. Could say that.
I think the boat is definitely 60-40 silver.
Yeah, oh, being older would.
I mean, it's not 50 or anything like that. Like in the fenders.
Travis, an X class cap fails short. Well, no, it doesn't. An X class cap fails open. A Y class cap fails short. In a capacitor coupled bias arrangement, if that cap fails, a bias voltage just goes more negative. Is that correct? Well, not really, because it'll go massively negative. Because now you've got directly coupled HT, assuming you're pulling the coupling off the HT like in a Marshall. That'll short the filter caps, because they're probably only 100 volt rated, if that, and then you'll have a short to ground. Not good. So you want an X class cap, and then an HT fuse. Work in tandem, so if it loses HT and goes above the rated current of the fuse will blow and you'll have no more HT, so you won't burn anything out. But then people put foil around the fuse and put 3 amp fuses in there, 5 amp fuses, and then you burn out, put transformers and burn circuit boards, and all sorts of horrible shit happens. We get cigars on internet, no more Hawaii. Used to get a 5-pack from Thompson. That was a good deal. 20 fingers for $100. Your choice. 5-pack name brand cigars. I think I got a couple of Monte Cristo number 2s to take camping, and a couple of Padron Maduro 2000s, but that's it. I won't be sharing them around as much. Last time I went, I think I just got a 20-pack, so I was sharing them around like a drunken sailor. Yeah, you have one, like Oprah. You have a cigar. You have a cigar. Everybody gets a cigar. What's on your t-shirt? Probably going to learn of a new band. Kelatak. Kelatak. K. Oh, wrong side. Kvelertak. Kelatak. I'll type it. Bunch of fish eaters. Legends. Does that sound nice? That's a lot nicer. They look shinier too. Well, we might cut this off at 1 o'clock and have a bite to eat. It's 12:30 at the moment, so that gives us another half hour. Yes. G'day Ted, how you going? You just come in, have you? Calatak don't fuck around. They certainly do not. Well, I don't know what happens in their personal life, but whether they fuck around or not, but they can make good music, I know that much. Do you guys, a few of you came here from Big Clive years ago, I think, saw me in the chat. He's gone to Twitch now, so I do watch him when I can, but I'm so busy these days, I missed a few. Your neck hurts now from headbanging, get let out. It's good stuff, eh? So this artwork on here is by John from Baroness. He does all our album covers. He's an artist as well as an amazing musician, songwriter and guitarist. Just one of those uber talented dudes, and when they're on tour, him and Gina are like training runners. So you know, you got people getting on the drugs and going drinking at all hours in some bands. These guys are going to bed early so they can get up and run for 20 kilometers. Super fit. It's like the new generation of metalheads. They're like gym junkies and real fitness freaks, because they realise that to be a really amazing metal musician, it's kind of a physical workout. So they need to be at the top of their game physically. Not like, you know, Motley Crue and shit, and just let themselves go. There's probably quicker ways to do this, but this is the way that works for me. Doing anything fretwork is time consuming, because you've got to do a certain amount of physical work and then multiply that by however many frets there are, and it adds up. Oh, Ichiku Park's on. Yeah. What did you do there? Damn hippies. They're all boomers now. Free love, man. Mate, you were in the RAF though. That was the Navy. Gina's course, she went on 2 minutes too late. What? 2 minutes too late night. 2 minutes too late night. Sorry, Ted, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that a show I don't know about? Gina's a legend. She's an incredible player, and she's such a just like a doofus. She's like a goofy character, and when she speaks, you can tell she's real down to earth. She's sounds not rednecky, but just sounds like sounds like one of the legends, you know. Bye, Mark. Oh, see you, mate. Take it easy. Sitzer's headed back to Boston. Boston. Silly Punk Metal Share. Oh, cool. Is that what on YouTube, Ted? I'll have to check that out. I like her interviews. She's cool. So tedious. Oh, sounds like you're cleaning stuff with isopropyl. That means you're done, doesn't it?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
We'll reflow the coat.
Larkin Poe. Yeah, that's the chicks with the lap steel like around their hips, eh? Or one of them does anyway. Should make an Aussie version called Larrikin Poe. It's my party and I'm crying if I want to. Oh, Jesus.
There's one or two, maybe 3 or 4
Borderline.
tolerance, but
Yeah, you just change them out.
You just change a lot.
If the other ones have gone that far out, they'll go one day. Probably just under a bit less load. That's Megan with the lap steel.
Now.
How now, brown cow? Neons? Is a neon blown?
It goes for the
Oh.
switch.
Did I show you that trick with neons? When you got one that's flickering, you expose it to light, and through photonic induction, it stops flickering.
Okay.
You can put UV light on them too, it does the same thing.
Yeah, I think
Completely useless, but just interesting.
I'll check that.
So it's just a straight up pigtail neon, is it? In the switch?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I've got a few different ones there. I don't have the specs, but they're Tater items, so they'll have the number on there, and if you look up the number, it'll show you the strike voltage and whatever. Neon. Yeah, it's just a resistor in there.
I think it's just a resistor.
Oh, the resistor's fucked.
Okay, it's probably pretty good, isn't it?
I don't know. I've got some in there somewhere. If you can't find them, let me know. I'll look somewhere else.
Running across got resistor there, which is about 100, probably 110 or something.
Yep.
So I'll change it. I'll put a lead there instead.
Why not? Well, with a big enough resistor, it'll be alright. It'll just flicker annoyingly.
See these bloody things? I've still got a heap of those.
Yep.
So what I've done, instead of having just green, I've got some red leads coming.
Oh, yeah. And they just slide out, do they?
Yeah, you can pull them out.
Sweet. Sweet as, bro.
You just go like this.
Tink. Oh, yeah. And they're just 5 mils.
Yeah.
I like them. They remind me of when I first got into electronics because I think I had millions of them for some reason.
I only got all these from that load of stuff that came from Tabcorp. It was all mixed up in a box.
Yeah.
They had all the trays tipped upside down.
Oh, really?
mixed pile of stuff. I said, well, that's not worth wasting time
Sorting it, yeah.
I'll just take them home and one day I'll get around to it.
Chuck them all in a box. Before you knew it, you retired.
Yeah, and I've got them all sorted.
I think back in the day, I don't know if it was J Car or Dick Smith or someone had one of those junk bag sales. I think it was Dick Smith. So whenever...
it was Dick Smith.
I think a few of them did it.
Yeah.
So when stuff hit end of line, they'd just chuck it all in a random bag and you buy this like lucky dip of electronics components and
Back in the day when I was 16,
just loose shit.
there was a company called Classic Radio.
Yep.
And Dietz Brothers in Stanmore. One was in Newtown as well, I think. And they had, you walked in like you used to in a Dick Smith store or whatever, and it was just laid out on a table.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Japan's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just, oh man.
Yeah, and I still had some of the old resistors from yesteryear that had the body .N colour code.
Oh yeah.
And wax capacitors. And
Yeah. The dumb shit that people pay fucking hundreds of dollars for now. Like those bloody tropical fish pieces of shit. Everyone's like, oh fuck, vintage, vintage. I'm looking at you, Yeatsy. No, he's probably not here.
Yeah, so that was a good electric. Then all the nuts and bolts.
Yeah, just hardware and shit, yeah.
4mm, 5mm, 6mm.
And everything just randomly thrown in.
All in a big bucket. Keep them out of the time.
Well, as a kid, it was good getting those junk bags because I didn't know what half the shit was. So it was like a research project too. It's like, what's this? What's it do? Can I use it? No, that's why it's in a junk bag. Good night, Andy. Have a good one, mate. Thanks for joining us. A little bit of a boring stream, but you know, it's just a chill out. Centering stream. It's a centering stream. Recentering after emotional times. Not likely. It's funny looking at Tater's database. They're like some components, like it shows stock on hand, but most places will have like an upper limit of that. Like it'll max out at 20k. So say they've got 500,000 of them, it'll just say 20k or whatever. Tater actually shows the amount, so you'll be like, oh, they've only got 642,000 of that particular IC. I better get in quick. I don't know, I was a bit sus on getting stuff from Tater, but every time I've just ordered stuff just to see what the quality's like, everything so far has appeared to be genuine. And I haven't been burned yet. I think the only thing that was dodgy, which I kind of expected to be dodgy, was those right angle jacks, the pancake style jacks. But they're shit, even expensive ones are shit. They're just a shit design. And some of their connectors are pretty shit, like really thin and cheap. I'm talking to everyone. Thin and cheap. You know the terminals on the jacks. Yeah, it's real like, and they just snap off. Yeah, but you know if you're getting jacks and shit, you get the brand name stuff anyway, don't you? Bye. But I don't mean to argue, but I found multiple references say that X-class caps are fail short devices. No, they're not. Sorry, they're fail open devices. Unless I'm completely fucked up. X-class capacitor. Or am I talking X2 class? X-class cap Asitor wiki. Oh, you're making me search. Stop what I'm doing and search. Types X. No, that's temperature coefficient. Class. Maybe I'll look up X class. Class 1, no. How come stuff comes up on Google? Oh, here we go. Class X, so not to short circuit must be used whenever it fails. Okay, so many safety regulations mandate that Class X or Class Y capacitors must be used whenever a fail to short circuit could put humans in danger. So the opposite. To guarantee galvanic isolation even when the capacitor fails. So, sorry. Just proved you wrong. Okay, so as far as I know, Y-class capacitors are designed to fail short because they're connected from line to ground. But X-class are used from line to line. So if they failed short, you'd have a hard short from neutral to active, which you don't want. Y-class go from ground to each line. So they're designed to make the fuse fail, I believe, or the earth leakage detector fail in the event that they fail. Let's find another article. Recom make them, so... Ah, fuck. What are Class X capacitors? This website uses cookies. Fuck. Use necessary cookies only. When did that come in? Or are Y-class capacitors designed to fail open circuit as well? Okay, sorry, I'm wrong there. Different from X-class capacitors. X-class, commonly referred to as line-to-line or across-the-line capacitors. Okay, so it says Class X capacitors are designed to fail short circuit in order to trigger the circuit breaker or fuse to supply the circuit. However, if overcurrent devices are not fitted or fail to react, Class X capacitors presents a significant risk. So that backs him up. Okay, so why are they self-healing then? So we've just found two articles that contradict each other. Oh man, my arm's killing me. Class X capacitor. Okay, so it's saying X class is designed to fail short as well. So that's 2 to 1, although that's using the same graphics off the previous site, so I think they just pulled all the information from the previous site. Let's look for an actual manufacturer's Data sheets. Okay, that's vague as well. I don't have time to look into this right now, but I will look into it and get back to you later. What does, oh Jesus, what does Art of Electronics say? Sorry, just realised I was muted. Yeah, don't have time to look into it now, but I'll look into it later. Last quote's from TDK, I believe. X-Class design fail, sure. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that does make sense, because why would you want it failing to ground? You'd want it failing to from line to line after a fuse. But like I say, I've seen them directly across the IEC before, and they go bang in a big way. Set fire to themselves, vaporise their contents. It's pretty dramatic. So yeah, I might have been giving you a bum steer, get my X and Y class mixed up. Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm not smart. Just getting the shmoo out of the fret crevices. We'll give it a lick of oil, not much because it's a composite, but just enough that it gives it a deeper look. This is like the kitchen bench laminate stuff, but thick, like almost like a Bakelite. Let's start thinking about what food we're going to take on the camping trip. Beef ribs. Oh, HT fuse is a must, yeah. I personally, I think an HT fuse is a must all the time. Like the amount of damage they can prevent, it's a no-brainer. It sucks kind of that there's no real place to put them in a fender and whatever. Let's get rid of my coffee. It's dead. Well, 5 minutes left, champions, then I'll leave you to it. Well, death caps, they should be replaced with a Y if they're between the ground and the line, or just not at all, because you don't need them with a 3-prong plug. So don't worry about it. Just cut it out. There's no need for them. Look, most of the time they use those kind of caps in modern equipment is to stop the noise that the equipment makes getting out, not to stop it from getting in. Like switch mode power supplies and shit. Look at those shiny frets. Probably can't see it there, it's tiny. The wide angle lens. That looks a lot better. Beauty. So now, scratch my nail over it. You almost can't hear it. Heaps better. What do I use for meter storage, or just out all the time? Yeah, there's two sitting over there. There's one up here. There's one over there. They're like house plants. They're like house plants. You want them on display, you know. Check the screws on the back of here are nipped up. Take that settle down, about 0.75 to 0.5. Customer.
would have been, that's a 65 volt or 110 volt, and with the resistor they're probably running 110,
Oh, okay.
half a mains. So
Is that got a cenotaph on the primary on the no?
they're dropping the resistor. So we've got
That's probably why it's playing up. Two NS10Ms coming in for a sweep. Nah, it's alright, I'll just stick them in the storeroom. Sometimes you just get the vibe that people thought I knew they were coming. I don't know. Like, oh, this is those NS10s. I'm like, that's the first I've heard of them, but okay. The legendary NS10M. Shit, but useful. They're starting to be pretty rare. Yeah. You know what these are, don't you, champions? Made famous primarily because of their origami woofer. Oop, the vacuum there. Where was I? Sanding. I'll string this guitar up, then we'll call it quits, champions. Got invoices to send. If these people are going to have any chance of picking stuff up before the weekend. AM in Denmark. That's Denmark in the USA, isn't it? Not the country. Or am I completely off there? Actually, Jepsen sounds like a Danish name. But it would be... Oh yeah, it would be 5 AM in Denmark, actual Denmark. Yeah, because it's only like 10 o'clock in Chicago. Anyway, I'll figure out how the world works one of these days, eh? Yeah, isn't there a Denmark in one of the US states? There's like a city called Denmark in like, I don't know, Jersey or something? No. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. I don't know how the flat earth works. Denmark. The best speakers in the world are made in Denmark, aren't they, Dad?
Yeah, that's right.
That's where Scan Speaks are from, aren't they? And yeah. Peerless and Vifa and...
Oh, my mids are CS.
Whose?
CS.
CS?
Yeah, SEAS, Norway.
SEAS. Norway. What is it with speakers in that region, eh? It's weird. Yeah. Sweden and Denmark.
As I was saying to you the other night, those mid-range I've got, they'll handle peak power of 300 watts RMS.
Jesus.
And they will handle about 150 continuous.
Sorry about that, Ken. And Bang & Olufsen, yeah, they're made over there. CS. You have. I think you meant to write good ears, but you wrote they have God ears. Either one applies. I love Scan Speaks. They're awesome. And BOFA.
Yeah.
BOFA's just great. Value for money from BOFA and SB Acoustics. I think SB Acoustics are made in China though, but they're designed over there, eh?
I don't know.
Denver.
The guys from SB Acoustics broke away from
Denver?
broke away from the I don't know anymore. The engineers from
Yeah, I was right, you fuckheads.
What?
Denmark is a city in South Carolina, so fuck you. There's 3,538 people there. You don't think those 3,538 people are important, do you, you elitist fucks? I knew there was a Denmark over there, and it's in South Carolina. Who wins now? 3,000 people is a pretty big city for Australia. Alright, let's see where that gets us. Still got brake angle, that's good. No, he isn't there. He isn't there, Jim. He's in the actual Denmark. What spirits is Denmark known for? Is that like some kind of schnapsy type stuff or what? Surely they distill spirits there. Or doesn't it get warm enough to ferment anything? I don't know. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. That's right, Travis. Oh, customer again. Champions, see how long it takes to string up a guitar? What a bit! I've been going at this one for about 2 hours now.
Just slow.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Shit, I've got to order more strings again. I'm down to 3 sets in this gauge. That's when you order. You slayed that thing yet?
Mate,
Sweetheart's breakfast, best in town. I'll just put a bevel on these string pins too, bridge pins. Yeah, still going. I was going to stop, but haven't had a chance to even stop the stream. I told you that I'd stop when I've strung the guitar up, and it still hasn't happened. It's what happens when you have customers come and go, and you just takes you forever to get one thing done. But better than having no customers, eh?
just deal with it.
Just deal with it. Getting hungry though.
Okay, I need a better lead.
3 pin, what, 2 meter? I'll give you a little one. That'll do, eh?
Yeah. Probably exchange by your
What length is that one? That's only about 1 meter and a bit.
Yeah, probably draw that out. Come on, you shit.
Be careful not to scratch this paint. No. Gaff tape has no place in an electronics repair shop. Whoop. Only 1 meter. Might be others down there. I think he's sitting with all his gear though, so that'd probably still be adequate. Yeah. American plug? I just got a few in there in case someone wants vintage stuff repaired that's US mains. You can't buy them locally, so I thought I'd chuck some on the RC distribution order while I was doing something some other order. channel's, this radio channel's funny station. So what cameras am I going to take camping? I need a small kit that can kind of do everything. The Panny Boy overhead's out because it's a piece of shit. I think I'll take the G85 with my 12 to 200mm lens. And I'll also take the 9mm lens for if I want to do a walking video or just wide angle shots. And I'll take the mic and I might take the gimbal. I'll mount it to the gimbal and just sit it on the back seat of the ute so I can just grab it and hit go if anything funny happens. Oh, you want me to fish through them?
Well, someone's only a 3/4 mil, that one little one.
Yeah, well, that's all you want for that, isn't it?
Going over there, I'm just trying to find a longer one of those.
Ah. Maybe just use a IEC lead, cut the end off. I ordered a shit ton of IEC leads for some reason, I don't know why, because they just sprout up out of the carpet. Just stick the small one on there. That one.
That's the 1 mil though, it's a bit fatter. I'm going to have to make a bigger bloody hole for the clamp.
There's
always a complication, mate.
Yeah, fuck that. Just put the short one on there.
Still need that.
Really? Oh, because that's a figure 8.
Yeah.
Joy. You alright? You need a hand?
Get up.
Oh, Jesus, don't do that.
Yeah.
Tell me when you need shit like that. Yeah, that's what everyone else does. Got a little sound hole at the top. Bit buzzy there, champs. Might have gone a bit far with the old truss rod. What are you looking for? Cable hardware, cable management, cable movement, cable movement.
Thank you, mate.
little bit of Ani DeFranco there for anyone that noticed. I don't know. As is often the case on the Chinese and Southeast Asian guitars, the fretwork's not brilliant. So we'll back the truss rod back off a little bit. Mainly in the first playing position, it's a little bit uneven, so you effectively have to just raise the strings in that sort of area to compensate. Rough as gas. In hindsight, probably should have gone with a bit of a darker sounding string on that, like a uncoated or a polyweb. Since it is a very bright guitar, it shows up every tiny little zing. At least we didn't use 8020s. You probably want almost, maybe even a flat wound would go really good on that. Sound a lot nicer. Wouldn't show up every single tiny little zing. But anyway, I'll see how he likes that. And go from there. So that's us, legends. We've went another 35 minutes over than where I was going to cut it off. But anyway, if I won't tell if you won't. So I don't know. I doubt I'll be live streaming tomorrow, but you never know. And if not, I'll see you when I get back from my camping trip. If I get back in one piece. Does that turn off if you hold it? No? Anyway. Happy 1st of October. Yeah, you guys are almost there. As always, you're back in yesterday. Have a good one, legends. See you when I see ya.
See you all.
Tad says bye.